Thing in progress. All right. Well, we're just going to wait for this to go live. I do believe we are live now. So there we go. Make sure they can see us. Yes. Must start with the swaggy commercial. All right, everybody. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're in the show. Oh, yeah, I can skip that. Welcome to Hash Church, everybody. Season 12, episode 16. The Grow Smart AI episode. Should be fun. Had Farmer Tom reach out to me recently and said he had a group of guys he wanted to bring on with, as well as Adam Dunn, which is a longtime friend. So we're excited to get into that. I do want to mention the sponsorships really ever so quickly. Press Club, you guys are in the room. Shout out to you guys. Today's episode of Hash Church is proudly supported by the Press Club, California brothers obsessed with hash and everything solventless. Just like us, actually. Their journey didn't start as a business, however, it started as a family. Back in 2014, when a loved one wasn't finding relief through conventional medicine, they turned back to the plant they'd respected their whole lives. They knew cannabis had medicinal power, but they needed something cleaner. That search led them to solventless, using nothing but water, heat, and pressure to let the plant express itself honestly. That light bulb moment turned into washing, pressing, experimenting, and eventually realizing how hard it was to find true quality rosin bags and solventless tools that were made in America and still affordable. So they did what real hash heads do. They built the solutions themselves. The Press Club stands for clean, process, conscious intentions and tools made by people who actually live the culture, not corporate chads chasing trends. We're grateful to have the Press Club supporting Hash Church and the wider solventless community, family-run, purpose-driven, and rooted in why hash matters in the first place. Truly, much love to the Press Club, and thank you for supporting the church. The church. You know what? Side note: we were named the top third out of 100 church podcasts in Canada recently. I can't make this shit up. You can do the search. We are number 3 for the top 100 church podcasts. Fuck, did I laugh when I saw that. Anyway, shout out to Puffco, because they're also a big supporter of ours here. Elevate your sessions at Hash Church with Puffco's cutting-edge lineup, starting with the innovative Pivot, pocket-sized dab pen that delivers the full rig experience on the go, featuring a quick-release 3D chamber for premium flavor and a real-time temperature control with 4 heat presets and haptic feedback. For Eptic group rips, dive into the Puffco Peak Pro, powered by revolutionary 3D XL bowl technology for 2 times more vapor, even heating from the sides to preserve terps, and an XL joystick for fuller loads with less reclaim. And don't miss the new Proxy. Well, now it's the new core made out of the Proxy. Modular portable powerhouse with 4 precision heat settings, fast 90-minute charging, boost mode for intense hits, and an easy disassembly for seamless cleaning. Perfect for any adventure. I got to admit, I've been adventuring with it on Whistler Mountain recently, and it has been coming out on top. You can support Puffco's game-changing innovations by heading over to www.puffco.com or follow Puffco on Instagram. And you can also mention Bubble Bags. I got to mention Bubble Bags, my company. We stand out as one of the premier choices for water extraction, and it's no surprise why. We are one of the original innovators who set the standards for quality and performance. Crafted with durability in mind, these bags come with a lifetime warranty, ensuring you're covered for years of consistent use, and my company will most likely go bankrupt warranting all these bags. No, I'm just totally joking. The team behind Bubble Bags, we take pride in our pioneering legacy, back in every product with unwavering confidence and a commitment to excellence, making us kind of a trusted go-to for enthusiasts and professionals alike seeking top-tier hash extractions. You can visit us at www.bubblebag.com. Use the code HashChurch10 and you get a little discount there. Appreciate your guys' patience. I never really do my sponsors with people in the room. So thank you guys for being patient and hanging out. We've got a great show for you guys today. Thank you to Bingo Lombardi for holding the chat down and sharing everyone's links in the room. We'll go over that as we do introductions. Obviously, Adam, I know who you are, dude, but we should get some introductions from the rest of the team here. And I'm suspecting Tom will make his way in here sooner than later. So I don't know if it's Terry, Tim, Drew, or Michael who wants to start it off with a little introduction. But we can kind of go through the whole team and the concept, and get the Hash Church audience to know who you guys are. And remember, We're the top third one out of 100 church podcasts. So we got a lot of religious people listening this morning. That's funny. So who is
Yeah,
it?
I can go ahead and start.
I love it.
Sweet. My name is Drew. I'm a developer with Smart Grow. I've been working on that for about 5 years with Michael and the rest of our team. I also am a director of cultivation for a Thousand Light facility in Arkansas that I run. I got a great team of people that work with me there, make that a really wonderful experience to be able to grow my weed in Arkansas, and it's a blessing to be able to be in that market. So yeah,
Dude, time out. You're growing weed in Arkansas. I think we should stand up and clap our hands together. Anytime weed gets grown in a place that throws out 10-year mandatory minimums like they're giving away socks at Christmas time to their kids, I don't think the audience can realize exactly what you just said and how profound it is. Like, this is a state that throws around 10-year mandatory minimums for cannabis, literally like it's candy. And you're growing weed in Arkansas?
yep. I didn't think I'd end up here, but here I am. I got an amazing job opportunity thrown at me, and I couldn't turn it down. And I've been here for 4 years now. I grew up in Kansas, also doesn't play with their cannabis laws. But yeah, I run one of 8 cultivation licenses in the state. We're one of the smaller, actually the smallest footprint. But we're about 25,000 square feet and putting out, 700 pounds a month to the Arkansas market, and it's pretty amazing to see what the market's doing here compared to everybody else. We still deal with some low wholesale prices, but I can't keep my vault full, so it's it's a lot different than a lot of people are experiencing nationwide right now.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's crazy, dude. Arkansas. I can't even tell you how many friends I had back in the 90s that would be just like my homies, and then they were just gone. And we'd be like, what happened? It's like, oh yeah, he's gone, dude. It's like 10 years. And they make you
Yeah.
serve it too. It's not one of those states where you get out with the good behavior and shit. Like, they make you serve all of the time. Like, it was just one of those sort of, like, from a Canadian's perspective, originally it was like all of you guys scared us, and then it got better and better and better, and then it was like Texas and Arkansas, like, don't go to those two places, like just go around that if you're on tour following a band around, like it's probably best to just avoid going to that state. It makes me happy to see that states like that have licensing and regulations and the ability to grow cannabis, because no matter what, if you have a license and you can grow cannabis in Arkansas, in a sense, that on its own is fighting the old, reign of prohibition. It's just melting. It changes the way people think when that can exist.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think there's a lot of places that it was beat down people's throat that, cannabis is evil, cannabis is bad, it's gonna ruin your life. But our main patient age group here is I believe 50, I think it was 53 is the average patient age.
Yeah.
And it's really good to see, just across generations, people actually seeing the benefits of it and really realizing that they were just getting lied to the whole time.
Well, you know what? Cannabis is so addictive that if you smoke it for a long enough time, you'll actually drive around with it in your car. You can't be away from it. You'll have full plants just in your back seat. You'll just be in your car in the back, driving around with your plants. Oh, look. Oh, look.
Running around with my plants. There you go.
I only
Sorry, Mike.
noticed it. I only noticed it a bit ago. I was like, this fucking guy's got full size plants in his back seat, doesn't he? Oh my God, dude, you're hilarious. Anyway, thank you, Drew. Thank you for the little updates, and mention how you got into how you got into this AI smart grow thing.
Yeah, so while I'm here, I was working I was a partner at a farm in Oklahoma. We had a 200 light farm in Oklahoma, and just a good old boy was my business partner. Um, we were out in the fields, just cattle everywhere, and a barn full of weed. And my business partner's brother-in-law showed up one day just to go for a tour. He's like, "Hey, can Rob come by and check the place out?" I'm like, "Sure." And I kind of show him around, tell him what we did. And at the end of the visit, he's like, "Hey, man, this is what you don't know about me." And he proceeded to ask me, he's like, "What kind of tech do you have in here?" And I was like, "Well, not as much as I'd like, to be honest." And he's proceeds to tell me that he worked for a company called Tallgrass AI that did data analytics. And we kind of just kept talking back and forth about, what their technology did, what they were currently using it for. And we decided there was a really good opportunity to deploy their AI engine and IP to cannabis data. And that pretty much started it. And we just, one conversation after another. And then I was introduced to Michael, which is here in the room, but that was Rob's business partner.
Yep.
Rob was also a good old boy from Oklahoma, but he ended up having a a very intimate introduction to cannabis. He was diagnosed with cancer, and after we were already working together, and he started using RSO and treating with cannabis. I think when he was diagnosed, the doctors had given him, only a few weeks is what they expected him to live from when he was diagnosed. And he ended up, heavily treating with RSO and some other cannabinoids, and went into full recession. It really just blew all of his doctors' minds. Went into full recession and ended up giving him a couple more years of life with his family. And that really sparked his wife to further, educate people on the healing benefits of cannabis and the, improvement of life that it offered him through his final years. And you know, I've always really been, I guess, targeted and really involved in the not just the culture, but the actual medicinal benefits and how it really improves people's life. And to have somebody on the team to be so closely affected by it really solidified our mission and what we were actually trying to achieve.
Yeah, the irony couldn't be more profound. Just really couldn't. And I think one of the things that as we were on the journey with him, the first vial of RSO came out. And again, just a little bit about Rob and myself. So he worked in the corporate world and in the telecommunication space. And I build my other day job. I build long-term value platforms. So I did that for him over almost like a decade. He was one of those operational guys that you put him in with a good idea and he would execute the good idea, prove it right. So then it would scale. So he really was in a really special place for me as I built my company Tallgrass. So when he introduced me to Drew, and I think this is really kind of cool, is I saw this really neat innovative spirit, a lot of tribal knowledge, really the perfect storm, and nobody. And everyone was bitching and complaining, right? But at the same time, there weren't any like sacred cows, right? Once you're in, and you're trusted, I realized that, you know, these are people that are going to talk to me honestly, so I can do my systems analysis work. Rob, you know, introduced me to Drew. And then shortly thereafter, you know, came down with cancer. And one thing that's really profound is the first vial of RSO that came out really kicked that cancer back, right? But then all things being equal, subsequent batches of the RSO, it didn't have that effect. So that's exactly what Smart Grow is about. It's just like, okay, how do we dig into that 5%, right? What changed? Everything else was perfect, but what changed? So that was, gosh, what, 3 years ago, I guess? Yeah, since he passed. But the mission hasn't changed at all, right? And as we talk today, I think you'll kind of see just how batshit crazy, you know, this idea is, what all the breakthroughs that we've had to accomplish just to be able to do what we're doing.
It's a major thing from the medical perspective, and it's kind of why I always end up in these sort of arguments with the full spectrum people. I don't even know what that means, but apparently there's something called full spectrum, and they decide what it is based on however they feel in the moment. But you know, we had the same thing here with Haley, this young girl Haley. There was a cultivar created for her called Haley's Comet. I believe it was Dravet syndrome. It was like a terrible epileptic, you know, nightmare. And Haley's Comet worked great for her for a while, and then it didn't work. And so there are these variables that shift and change, and then there are these unperceivable components of the plants. You know, we all call it the terps. The volatile organic compounds are not terps. They're aldehydes and esters and thiols and thiolates, and most of them are unperceivable to the equipment that we use. And in fact, you need very intelligent people, and you need to jerry-rig machines together so that they can get beyond that 1/100000th that a proton NMR can get to and you know, measure, and get into the trillions. And so Nick Ziegler talked a little bit about it when he worked at Yakima Chief Hops, discovering over 1,400 different thiols present in the hops plant, and being like, you know, a lot of these are probably present in cannabis. We're all stuck on the terps.
And also you have to remember, there's a target that's changing. The human body is changing. So that's why it's so important that we start building these relationships with the actual human diagnostics, because without that, you know, we're going to break through that 95%. We're going to do it. And I'll deliver you a product that's 98% absolutely correct. But guess what? We're still going to have a diminished return somewhere. Why? Right. And it's going to be the human patient. Right. That's going to be where we're going to chase the question.
Yeah. I just think there's a value, and I'm not a be all end all on this side, but I just see, like, once we understand what the plant really is, and if we can never figure out a way to consistently make it grow and express itself, because for all we know, someone in a bad mood will get the plant to express itself differently just by standing next to it. I mean, obviously, I don't know that that's the truth, but there are a lot of unperceivables that happen in a grow room, and that's why things shift and change. And that's why when you grow a plant for many, many years in a row, the tests, the COAs can be substantially different. So, you know, I see there being a value, of course, in people growing cannabis at their own homes and being able to buy it and sell it recreationally, and then it being available medicinally. I love whole plants being available and resins and all these things, but I also see a value where you're stacking up what was to make it accurately exactly what that was. You've got a cultivar, and it's got a breakdown, a chemovaric breakdown of all the components. If you could recreate that with plant medicines, not synthetics, but, you know, break down all those components and then stack them up like a recipe, I feel like there's value there as well in the medical. Now, Drew was saying something about the profoundness of having a partner who is, you know, the most intimate relationship that you can kind of have with cannabis is when you're terminally ill and you're using it to save your life, or someone else is terminally ill and you're using it to try and save their life. I think there's a component of that conversation that never really gets mentioned. There's nothing better than helping someone who is in stage 4 cancer reduce their cancer into remission so that it doesn't exist anymore. This is amazing. It is absolutely amazing. But let us not forget the preventative nature of cannabis and how it can keep someone from ending up there in the first place. We have to look at the importance of preventative cannabis medicine as being as important as I'm in stage 4 and I need this now, because we can help quite a few people never get to that stage 4 place by just, I tell people all the time, don't wait till you're sick to use cannabis. I also tell people, you know, that smoking it is great for the mindset, and you can, you know, ocular pressure and tremors and certain things smoking is really great for. But I always tell people, you know, which is a harder thing, because people who like to smoke it, some of them don't really enjoy eating it, and people who don't smoke it at all almost exclusively aren't going to enjoy eating it on a level. So I try to tell people all the time, like, even if you can just eat like a 5 milligram, a 10 milligram before you go to bed, so you're not feeling the effects, but every night you're getting that 5 or 10 milligrams, maybe eventually you can get up to 10 or 20 or 30. I do about 30 milligrams myself. It's not a massive dose by any means, but after decades of telling people that would reach out to me and say, hey, like, I have stage 4 cancer, I've been given like 4 months to live. And I'm just like, okay, well, I'm not a doctor. But I will tell you what I tell everyone, like, I would start consuming massive amounts of cannabinoids, and I would do it orally. If it was in my peripheral organs, I would do it through suppository as well, obviously going through your stomach and metabolizing in your liver, and 11-hydroxy metabolite.
Yep.
All of that is great for certain things, but generally from the doctors I've spoken to and the patients that I've known over the years who've, you know, some who have put their cancers into remission, really bad ones, metastatic bone, breast, and liver cancer, like full death sentences, 60 grams of oil, 60 days, full remission, no more cancer. The oil I had actually made for that woman who I'm telling you the story about right now, I had actually gotten it originally from my uncle. And my uncle was so scared of being high, he thought he would lose his faculties and, you know, say embarrassing things. And he just had it in his mind that being stoned was really a negative. So he was too afraid to take the oil, and he sent it back to me, and he died about 3 months later. And I sent the oil to my business partner, Martin Moravchuk, in Manitoba Harvest. We were partners in the hemp thing in Manitoba back in the day. I sent him out the 60 grams for his mother-in-law, Elsie, who probably had never used cannabis in her life, and just straight up took a gram the first day and ended up in a 36-hour coma, woke up from that coma and took another gram, and then proceeded to do it for 60 days straight. I mean, honestly, that is not an easy thing to do. That is like going on a heroic cannabis experience for 2 months. I don't even know how she did it. Her daughter, who's very religious and very straight and also not using cannabis, saw what happened to her mom the first night. So she took a gram with her the next night to be with her on that experience. And I was just like, oh my God, like, these women are. Anyway, Elsie is alive. She's enjoying her 8 grandchildren and her 1 great grandchild. My uncle's been passed away now for, I want to say, 5 or 6 years.
Sure.
So yeah, it's an amazing thing to be able to help people with. It's an amazing mission, but never forget that the mission to help healthy people stay healthy is as important.
Yep.
It really is. We just miss that sometimes, the preventative nature, which I would hope that each and every one of you on this panel consumes cannabis orally every night. And if you don't, please don't wait till you have like a cancer or a Parkinson's or something that you need it to. These are endocannabinoid deficiencies, right? How do we maintain our endocannabinoid deficiencies? We consume enough essential amino acids, which are the building blocks for endogenously produced cannabinoids, and we consume enough cannabinoids. This, to me, is like a no-brainer. I love hearing stories of people. Okay, we said you gave him, he was given a couple of years extra of life when he started on the Rick Simpson's oil.
Yeah.
I saw a little TikTok video recently where an Australian guy is asked, you know, would you accept $10 million if I gave it to you right now? And the guy said, of course. He said, okay, but under one condition, you can't wake up tomorrow. And he said, well, no, I wouldn't take it then. And then he said, so waking up tomorrow is worth more to you than $10 million. And the guy was like, fuck, that's heavy, dude. That's like a really so 2 years of being able to wake up from being terminally ill, worth more than $10 million every day. It's priceless being able to give people extra time on this planet. It is absolutely priceless. And in my opinion, it's kind of like, it was the thing we had on our side where they could never win. Do you know what I mean? Like when we started this, it was just a bunch of, we were all stereotypical weed guys that were just like, yeah, weed, like Adam, there's no way you knew like 40 or 35 years ago that it would shrink a tumor out of someone's head. Like back then we just thought, oh, if you smoke a little, it'll ease the chemo. But to have the understanding that you could actually, not only make someone feel better, but there was the possibility of shrinking a tumor. To this day, doctors still don't want to acknowledge that. I've told this story multiple times. I was on a panel called Rethink Breast Cancer, and it was all medical doctors and myself, and it was in Toronto. And in the room were all women terminally ill with breast cancer. Most of them had lost their hair. They had the little do-rags on their head. It was a very sad and powerfully sad experience. And a woman stood up and she was just looking for hope. She was like, can you just tell me, like, there's so much on both sides. Like, is it possible that cannabis can kill tumors? That's all I want to know. Is that a possibility? And no doctor would acknowledge that that was a possibility. And I realize they're doing it because they're protecting their licenses. And it's easy for me to judge them when they went to school for 6 years and they put everything they had into it. And all they have to do is step out of line. And now they've lost their license. But I was so pissed off that they just wouldn't. So I'm like, yeah, it is. You can look up Dr. Cristina Sanchez and Andre Guzman at the University of Madrid, who actually absolutely showed that apoptosis is possible with THC binding to cancerous cells. Does it mean that it's going to kill cancer every time or shrink tumors every time? No. But for God's sakes, why can't we give people hope? Why is that such a bad thing? So anyway, I've taken myself off on a side note here.
That's a good one.
I'd love to hear more from you, Michael, and then we can go in hear from Tim and Adam, and welcome to Colin, who showed up as well.
I think you nailed it.
Lovely to be here.
Yeah,
love that you're driving with plants, Adam. Hell yeah.
Go ahead, Michael.
That culture, you sitting down around with all the terminally ill ladies, that's the kind of culture. Those are the events that need to happen more. But more importantly is when we walk in the room, right? There's still so much more to learn about the cannabinoid. Okay, so what we need to do is keep splitting those hairs, right? But we have to get to something called causality, right? So in other words, here's 10 women, right? This is what we did with these three. This is what we did with these three. This is what we did with these three, right? But now scale that. You absolutely have to scale that. So when I can walk into the door and promise you a 99% consistent products, you see, it's just like Amazon Web Services. Why do we have this? The reason we have it is because these guys were so good about what they did internally. Their processes were so optimized that when they had to work with somebody outside of the process, it wasn't good enough. Right? So if you want to do business with Amazon, you have to also optimize. And that it's like optimization is like a virus. So what it does is it removes all the risk on our side. I can walk in the door and say, hey, I'm 99% there. Even if you're 95% there, right? In other words, that's good enough to make very hard decisions and change culture. So you're speaking right to it. I'm not going to say the P word, right? But yeah, it's that word is out there, right? And they're watching very closely. And as the rules and regulations and laws kind of keep falling in our favor, those that can control that and actually can walk in the room and show a good quality result. And not only that, but have quantifiable options based off of past causality. That's the kind of stuff that's going to change the culture eventually. Right? It's going to change it. You save enough lives, you're going to change the culture regardless of the law.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it was sick and dying children that was kind of the last leg of prohibition.
Yeah, that's sick, man.
There weren't too many people. I think it was like that Chris Christie guy was like one of the only people willing to like argue with a dad whose child was like having 400 seizures a day. And he was just like arguing why he couldn't have access to this medicine. And the dad's like, he's literally gone through all of the medicine at the hospital. Like they gave him all the epileptic medicines, and then they gave him all the Parkinson's medicines, and then they gave him all the cancer medicines, and then they gave him all the experimental medicines. He's like, he's literally taken everything you can take, but you don't want to let him take this herb that will almost guarantee, reduce and stop. I mean, to me, it's super simple. I break it down like this. All of us are most likely going to die from one thing, which is inflammation. And cannabis is the enemy of inflammation. It just eats inflammation for breakfast. Kind of like Scooter McGavin eats pieces of shit for breakfast. Cannabis eats fucking, inflammation for breakfast. And it's just, when you can take someone and reduce them below this like 9.8 of inflammation and just get them right below where it's causing like a massive, you don't have to reduce it out of existence, but man, you just countless stories of people like calling it a miracle, which, it's about as much as a miracle as putting gas in a gas engine and getting the engine to run. Our engine runs on cannabinoids, both phyto and endogenously produced. And that is a fact. So the fact that what you guys are doing is, I'm guessing, is to help aggregate data. I always look as the greatest intelligence for growing to be the fungi intelligence. It just helps you in such a great way. So I love the idea of creating, because the way fungi can aggregate and access data, the way the fungi intelligence, the mycorrhizosphere on your root system knows exactly what the plant needs, how much it needs, where it needs it, when it needs it. That is what I call the fungi intelligence. And so I'd love to see, us get into a place where the AI could sort of kind of be a helper to that fungi intelligence and be like, hey, we're going to be able to access things that were previously unperceivable by mankind, by human beings. And now we're going to get, these are all prosthetics. I've always seen prosthetics as a means to escape our 5 sense prison. You know what I mean? Like looking up at the stars with your eyes is not quite the same as looking up through the prosthetic that is, the Hubble telescope or whatever it is. So this AI system that you guys are building is really, it's like that. It's like it's a helping friendly book for human beings to access the expression of cannabis, because a lot of times people really don't know why the plant is expressing the way it is. They just don't understand it. And it's definitely something that needs to be, because people say all the time, oh, anyone can grow. Yeah, kinda.
Well, I think that's the economics, right? So if we can economically, so you talk about like the laws of minimums, right? You have elementals, right? Then you have the environment, of course. Being able to address the elementals and walking into the room, truly understanding the laws of minimums, we're definitely on that hunt, totally on that hunt. But also it's good to understand that, I mean, Smart Grow is really, there's 6 pillars. It took us 2 years just to get the data modeling right. Being a practitioner of really complex processes for over 25 years now, everything I built was typically algorithmic. Then all these buzzwords start coming around like machine learning and AI. And remember, like 5 years ago, it was still just jargon, and you could pretty much dismiss it. But when I took my like complex algorithmic, and I did some work with like LA Children's Hospital, they asked me to map out mortality. I did it. Really heartbreaking work, but to be able to take that kind of work and then scale it. And then that's where Rob brought me back into this world. And he says, listen, can you model this, a cannabis plant the way that we used to do it in our world? And what we achieved in just 2 years, we probably have the most future-proof data ready for any kind of AI that's out there. Just as an example, right? We take a snapshot of every single plant in its current state across unlimited events, right? And then we do that again every single hour of its entire life cycle. So that's the kind of data. So you could look at one particular plant and you can see its snapshot, like 7,000 snapshots of its entire life. You could do the same thing with an orange tree if you wanted to. So having that kind of data gave us the breakthrough then to actually build on top of. So there's actually 5 other major pillars. And again, I build long-term value platforms. So for me, I need to make sure that Drew is making the most money, providing the best quality for the least amount of effort. Okay, so we got some good time booked today, and I'm pretty sure we can step into a lot of those details, but let me kind of pull back a little bit and kind of see where everybody else is. I can get on my soapbox and.
Oh, I'm excited. I was like, oh, this is going to be so good. But I do want
I got questions.
I want to introduce Tim
yeah.
first, and I want to introduce Terry. Welcome to Dr. Mark Sheldon, who just came in, our resident chemist. He did already mention one of my fuck ups. It's Manuel Guzman, not Andre. My apologies.
Right.
Dr. Mark's always here to show me my fuck ups. I appreciate him for it. Love you, buddy. And of course, Dragonfly Earth Medicine is also in the room. But yeah, I would love to hear from Terry. I would love to hear from Tim, and then also Adam, how he's kind of a part of it. And then Michael, we can get you to pop up that soapbox and give us the goods.
Love it.
Because it sounds good. Yeah, and also what you mentioned about the children's hospital. Holy shit, that's so heartbreaking. And the way, even the sentence, I could just hear them asking you in this sort of robotic way, like, we're gonna need you to I remember talking to he was like a CEO of Pfizer, and it was a SPAC I was going to become a part of years ago. This big it was like a $500 million SPAC out of New York City. And this guy, Peter Caldini, he was a high ranking, C-suite from Pfizer. And he was talking about the accepted amount of human death. He didn't call it that. It had another term, but it sounded a lot like what you just mentioned. And he was talking about how the car companies had it for seatbelts prior to it's kind of like pharma got it from these seatbelts, the car companies, because there was a time where you could let a certain amount of people die in car accidents before they were like, okay, we got to once that sort of range was broken, they were like, okay, we got to put seatbelts in all cars. So
you are
know what I'm
so
talking about.
on target. You have no idea. I mean, we'd have to have a sidebar. I couldn't even remotely go where this went.
No, I know where it went. I could hear it in your voice.
Yeah. It's worse than that though. In like 9 different dimensions, it's worse than that. So yeah. We'll, I'd love to have a sidebar with you. Completely.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, what did you want Tim to go? You want Terry to go?
This is your show, man.
It's our show. We're in the top 100 church podcasts.
We can make number 1, man.
I know. Fuck, how did we end up third and not first? Well, let's hear from Terry. Terry was the gung-ho first in the room. He came in at 8:44. I let him into the room, and we chatted a little bit, and he seems like a super awesome guy. So Terry, welcome.
Well, thank you for having us on. I really appreciate it. My name's Terry Ike. I'm from Operation Green Healing. It's a veteran nonprofit. We teamed up with these guys on a couple of projects. And while that was happening, Tim and myself was talking every day. And then we got to talking about assembling an Avenger team for cannabis. So we got the best of the best. And, he was friends with Drew, and we wanted to team up with the AI, and, he was friends with Adam and the rest of the hippos. So we took this opportunity to really assemble the best team out there to go in and help grows and genetics and overall best for the plant quality. So
tell us a little bit about what you're doing with the veterans.
So a good friend and myself, his name's CJ, we started a organization called Operation Green Healing. We do peer support, integration. We're just, that veteran just needs someone to talk to. They need community. So, we're always there for the veteran. We're looking to heal veterans. So,
are you linked up with Etienne?
No.
Then we're gonna get you linked up with Etienne. I'm so excited to link you up with Etienne. Your shit is about to you guys are like robots that are about to join and make the big full end game robot. But yeah, that would be great to link you up with Etienne. He's the founder of Berkeley Patients Group. And
nice.
He's one of our regulars. He's currently, their veterans group has been going to the UN to fight against countries who are executing people for cannabis. So that's what they've been doing for the last couple of years. They just got back from Austria doing, promoting this concept that, the Philippines and the UAE and Singapore, and I think there's about 6 countries that are still executing people for cannabis use, for homosexuality, just for madness. What are you doing? You can't kill people for just having an opinion on something, but apparently they can. And so, yeah, I think that your group and his group would be great to link up.
You're muted, Marcus.
My goodness, how did I get muted in the middle of my talking? Well, I was just saying when you're building a group like that, like what you guys are building, you said your super Avengers group, it's definitely good to have someone who's plugged in and connected to the veterans because wow, cannabis is massively helpful for these veterans groups. I've learned most of it through Etienne. He does these weekly veterans roundtable meetings, which I'm sure you will probably be invited to once he comes on the show. He is a regular. He should be here right now, but we'll link you guys up when he gets on here and build the network even bigger. Appreciate you, Terry. Thanks for sharing.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, man. What about where are you? Tim Payton.
Yeah, so I'm part of the genetics group with Adam. We put together a group of legacy guys in a genetics group called the Humble Hippos. We're working with the veterans, the Humble Heroes side of the genetic side. And we teamed up with the AI guys. They can basically give us recipes for our genetics. So it's super exciting to be able to tell a facility exactly how to run this genetic from start to finish.
And when you say start to finish, are you talking about like the validating the feed cycle, the light cycle,
Everything.
just everything?
Everything.
Holy shit. That's awesome.
Do you specialize in organics or specialize in hybrid systems or both synthetic? Is it just whatever the customer wants or how does that work?
Yeah, Drew, do you want to talk about the SOP quality planning a little bit?
Sure. Yeah, I think Tim, it's not so much that we provide a recipe, right? We can look at what caused the results, right? And determine what was the best route to get, X results, right? What was the best path that was taken to get the best results, right? And to Tim's point is to be able to offer that paired with the genetic is huge. And another side of that is just because you offer, the best route possible or what has so far proven to be the best route to the best results doesn't just because you offer that, right, doesn't mean that everybody can achieve that. And one of the big things that that Smart Grow can provide, right, is that
It's like quality engineering.
well,
It really is.
quality engineering, right, and then also the accountability, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say you miss an event or you have a target that's off, right? We're tracking how long that target was off, how long it took to acknowledge that the target was even off, what had to be, what were the processes that had to be done to remediate that, issue or whatever happened. So in response to that question, I am a salt farmer. I know there's everybody's got their own opinion and what works best and what's the best way. I think being exposed to cannabis for so long and I have friends that are out on the West Coast. They're doing Korean natural farming. They're doing no-till. I had a good buddy up in the mountains of Colorado, which he actually just straight up denied or refused to go into business with me because he wouldn't grow salts, right? um, and that same guy, right? One week he'll have a crop, right, and we'll smoke that joint, and we're like, oh my God, this is amazing, right? And then the next week we light up a joint. It's like, wait, this is yours? And I'm like, yeah, dude, that's salt. He's like, man, that's really fucking good. So I think there's a lot of different ways to achieve very quality medicine. And to me, in my opinion, is there's only one periodic table, right? I think a lot of people forget that the plant is consuming all of those elements in their most basic form, regardless of how they're delivered to the plant. I think there's many ways that you can achieve getting exactly what the plant needs to uh, become its best expression possible. And you know, the AI data, right, can support either, right? We're going to be doing some different stuff, different sampling in order to essentially provide the data for an AI on a soil versus like a hydroponic feed, right? We have a lot more ways to measure inputs on a hydroponic feed than what you would with a soil farm. But that doesn't mean that we can't get those same readings and do soil sampling, right? And be able to tell exactly what was at the root zone. So really, we're, you know, from the beginning, we didn't want to require anybody to use our hardware, right? We wanted to be the opposite. We wanted to be able to tie into anybody's hardware or, for that matter, use our processes, right? We want to be able to adapt to whatever the farmer's doing. Spoken about weed multiple times, and everybody's like, what's the best way? And it's really what works best for you, right? Like some people aren't super mechanically inclined, right? They don't get, all the pumps and timers and complicated electronics, and they do much better with, just their green thumb and kind of looking at the plant and being like, oh, I think it needs some water, and watering their soil. And that proves better results for them because that's kind of more what they're in tune with.
Yeah, kind of like the intuition versus the recipe. It's the same thing with hash making. There's an aspect of hash making where it's the unperceivable once again. It's like, how well can I judge the material upon seeing it before I wash it? Like all of these little processes end up being like certain people I can teach the recipe to as long as I supply the biomass to them and I find the biomass for them. If they listen to my recipe, they're going to come out with exceptional product at the end of that job. If I make it so they have to find the biomass, that's what changes everything. That's where my intuition on biomass is very attuned and high, and theirs may not be. And, all weed will make hash, but is all hash worth making? Absolutely not. So
you're talking about qualitative and quantitative.
Yeah,
exactly. But now this, and then Drew, I'll turn it back over to you. But this is where I think AI is really kind of impressing me in just the last 3 months. Is its intuition. That's why you have to have that insane data model. But at the same time, I need for you to pick up your phone and tell me your intuition, right? This plant looks happy. Why is this plant happy? I don't know. I don't know why this plant is happy. I just got a good vibe. Do you see? We can now take that and turn that into quantitative results. That's what's interesting. Just taking a picture of plants, going through the farm, taking a picture of the plants, getting a good vibe. How do you measure that? That's where things are getting really interesting right now. It's almost like at a quantum level now.
Yeah, I think one thing that I've just kind of noticed, or kind of, it's a lot of intuition is what develops those recipes to begin with, right? Like, how did you build that recipe? I mean, yeah, there's a lot of trial and error, right? But there's a lot of intuition and art that goes into building the recipe, right? That somebody can then take and get repeated, consistent results off of.
What's that?
Want to get back into it, Michael? A little bit about kind of, what it.
I love the Q&A too, because I mean, I can just sit here and bring up a PowerPoint slide if you want, which I don't.
So, do you guys?
We do it.
work with like regenerative farms or like outdoor, or is this it's mainly an indoor
So
growing situation? Is that correct to say?
we have a farm we have doing some beta testing that's out in California. That is an outdoor farm, right? He's literally got zero sensors, right? He's got soil in his pots and he's watering. But you know, I think it's more beneficial in a scenario where you can control the grow,
Yep.
right? It's going to be more beneficial, but that doesn't mean that we can't provide anything, to an outdoor farm as well. We're looking, just like he doesn't have any sensors on the farm, right? We would love to throw a weather station out there on that farm, get them to do some soil sampling, but we're looking at tying in like farmers' almanac data, right, and local weather data, and applying that to his farm, and using those things, for projections, right? So, we can look at what's happening and what has happened so far throughout the season and give him a good projection on what his results are going to be like at the end of the year. Things like weird temperature swings, a real high day and then a low, temperature, moist night following that, right, is going to be kind of the same effects when you don't have your indoor environment controlled, which could spark risk for spore germination for mold and stuff like that. So generally, right, we would love to be able to control every last little thing, right? Because that's one thing Mike started talking. We worked on the data table for a couple of years, right? And we're like, okay, so now this data works. Temperature from a control master versus a temperature that's hand entered off of a user looking at a thermometer versus another sensor's temperature, all rationalizes the same, right? And so we spent a long time putting that data table together, right? And then we realized quickly, like, okay, but we can't do anything with this unless the grower can control, right? If you can't hit the required target, what does it even matter, right?
You want to, so we're kind of moving from kind of like quality into command and control. Drew, do you think it's appropriate if I could throw BIQ up there if you wanted to really kind of, I think it'd probably blow people's minds, or do you think that's kind of too much?
Never. It's
Nothing
never
too much
for
on Hash Church. Wait. But I think this really fits the international model of stability also. Like if you have, Tropicana cookies and, you're trying to get it to Germany, like it has to be stable. And that's the whole entire purpose of things like High North Labs, and you get stability tests. Like an outdoor farmer's they're not going to, they don't, the whole point is not to have stability really for an herbalist and an outdoor farmer, but you can't enter the international pharmaceutical style growing, buying and selling with that model, unfortunately. So this will really help people entering the international market, I feel. And it would go really well with the Valenveris machine, of course, because then you can monitor all your growing.
I was thinking that as well. It has a soil application too.
The Germans are going to love AI stuff. Come on now.
The Germans.
Massive control. The Swiss will love it. All those people, they want it to be.
It's control. Yeah. As we graduate through the conversation, we'll go from quality to command and control. From command and control, then we'll actually get into demand forecasting. So demand forecasting in labor, demand forecasting in commodities. How do you manage those things? How do you smooth the market? How do you project something a year out, bundle your commodities with all your buddies, put that in a buying union, right? How do you harmonize labor? How do you harmonize robotic labor with human labor? That's where the conversation is going, right? And that's what we've accomplished. So before we go there, while we're still kind of like on quality, I think the audience would be very interested in seeing this tool. It's kind of like one of my hidden secrets per se. So I guess I'm coming out here. But this is one of the ways that I do my work, right, globally. And I'm gonna show it up here for you.
You should be
All
able
right,
to
let's share a screen
sure
here.
Everyone can share.
All right. Yep. Let me know when I got the right.
You should have the right, and if you don't,
Okay.
it'll ask me. But I went in and I usually try
Okay.
to set it up default. So
Yes, it's saying host disabled participant screen sharing.
yes, it has. So I go into share. I go share settings, host tools for share.
See if I can ask for it.
Enter into full screen, share all windows, share entire desktop. Let's go into advanced.
So you can share.
Everyone should be able to
So would
share.
your AI model like the saving of cannabis, like, let's say different a glass jar as opposed to a grove bag, and then the terpene levels like 1 month out, 2 months out, 6
Finish
months
good
out.
inventory. Yeah,
And then like the growing system that provided the better trichome 6 months out, 7 months, like if you're an annual grower and you're a medicinal grower for your own medicine,
Yep.
how do you judge having good flower right before your next harvest, which is 10 months away from the day you harvested it? Will your system help people with that as well?
So I think ultimately, right?
Causality. Yeah.
Causality, right? But I think one thing that you have to realize, right, is that the AI is very strong and can process things and make sense and make correlations that the human brain just can't keep track of, right? We were, in beta testing for our data, right? And we were ending up with I don't even remember the number. It was like 58 million data points, right? Over a 600 plant grow, right? There's no way that a human brain can go back and look at all those data points and see the correlations, right? But what's important is that it only knows what you can tell it or what you can feed it, right? So, of course, right? If you let's just say it's a COA, right? We get our first COA at the end of the grow, right? We upload that data through API to the AI engine, right? It rationalizes everything that happened to get to that result, right? Beginning with genetics, right? Either genetic sequencing or as simple as, calling it, sour diesel, right? But it ties that all the way up. Now, what it doesn't know is anything that you don't tell it after that, right? So if we were to come back a month later and do a COA and see the difference, right? What cannabinoids, have turned in, how much THC has turned into CBN? What are the changes? Have we lost terpenes? Did the, the ratio of different terpenes shift during that first month after the COA, right? So the data model is currently, still very immature, right? The more people that we can get to use the data model and feed this with whatever you're interested in, like somebody else may not care about what their flower is a year later because they know that's gone. My weed at the farm I'm at, as soon as we get it into the vault, it's gone. We have trouble keeping that in stock and it's selling out. As to where, like you said, somebody who's an annual, farmer and they have to, secure enough product to get them through to the next year is going to have some different, interests or questions, right? And so the more of those questions, right, that we can
Well said.
that we can ask, the more that AI is going to understand, right? Once you have that, right? you know, it's repeated over and over a month. Every month you go back and take a new COA, and that process is repeated over different genetics, right? Right. Then it can start to understand, like Mike said, the causality, right? What's making the differences in those, right? So still it's very immature, right? And what it understands about the cannabis plant, but the more questions we can ask it and the more information we can feed it to deliver those answers, the more powerful it's going to be and the more we're going to know about what's going on. And you know, from the beginning with targeting so many details, right? Like unperceivables. What, even though I fed a 2EC, I watered 3 times a day, I had 30% runoff, it was, you know, 50% humidity, whatever those things were that I could say were the same, there's still a little bit different expression from the plant. And we want to be able to dive deep enough, right, where we can pick out a specific cannabinoid that we want to enhance, right? And all other things being equal, this event happened, right, and consistently increased, humulene production or whatever it is, right? And we want to be able to dive in as deep as, increasing a specific cannabinoid or decreasing a specific cannabinoid, through process.
Well, I mean, you're linked up with Adam, and he has a very like high level bullshit detector in the cannabis industry because he's been exposed to just maybe more than anyone else. Just being at this, I've always seen Adam. He just finds himself at the epicenter of whatever's going on. I mean, he moved to Amsterdam. How long did it take you before you befriended Dave Watson? Like, I bet you did that in less than a year.
It was about 2 years, about second year. First year, I was not in the cannabis game. I was just running around doing my thing. And then second year, Hank Van Dalen from Dutch Passion introduced me to Ben and Alan. And then I got the job over at the Hash Museum. And then 6 months later, I was in the Sensi. And then that's when Dave walked in he was like the Yosemite. He literally was Yosemite Sam. He came in like yelling and screaming about how he was the skunk guy and everything was stolen from him. And I was like, holy shit, who is this guy? Called Ben up and told Ben some crazy American guy just came in here and said he owns it. Everything in here is his. Like, oh, that's Dave. You know what I mean? And it was just crazy. Like, yeah,
what year was that? What year?
That was 1990.
1990? Yeah, that's early.
I was 4.
Yeah. Well, no, you know what? And then I know he also probably ended up telling you that, oh, don't worry about him. He's just like an undercover cop or a fucking.
Exactly. No, they said he works with the police, and I was like, oh,
he works with the police. Okay, so listen. Yeah. Recently, the woman who was a part of Skunk magazine, can't remember her name. She was the wife of the guy who.
Not Julie Chiarello.
Right. So
yeah.
So
Jules.
She posted a thing on Ben, and it was Ben, in Malaysia, just talking.
I saw that.
And he was like, oh, and I don't know why Dave didn't like me. I don't know why, but he didn't like me. And then I said, well, Ben, look, I love you. You're great. You guys all played your part, but I think it's because you were telling people he was a part of he worked with the police. She got so mad at me for writing that. And I was like, listen, we can't hide the truth. It is the truth. He did do that. It's not a big deal now, but that shit weighed so heavy on Dave, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Like, and that weighed on him.
It was classic jealousy, though, because all the Dutch people couldn't figure out how he got his license.
I get it. I mean, listen, he's like, in the cannabis world, Dave is like Elon, like, don't bet against him. Like, I don't care. Even if you don't like him, don't bet against him. You're going to be on the fucking losing side. This guy is not going to lose. He's Yosemite Sam, dude. Just
exactly. No, exactly.
Fucking A. Very cool. Well, that's old school. That's going way back.
It is. We got Bob Snodgrass here, the Bob Snodgrass #3, right? So the original Bob is in his 70s. He's the second Bob Snodgrass in his family, but he's the grandfather, right? So we got grandfather. And then we have our age in his 50s, almost 60, Bobby Snodgrass, Sierra's dad, upstairs. And yeah, I mean, that whole legacy of Southern Oregon and glass blowing is started in 89, 90, same thing. There was different epicenters in the world. Southern Oregon and Eugene was one of the epicenters. It was different than Holland and the seed banks, but I will say a lot of the original amazing, organic back to the land ganja farmers were in Southern Oregon and Northern California, and I grew up here, so I'm lucky in that way.
Made popular by Grateful Dead. Come on. Right?
My first show was in 1990. Kelly's was 1986. So,
1977.
Of course,
that's
you're
a
our
crazy
elder. No,
year,
no
dude.
competition here. You're our
Holy
elder, Mark.
shit. 77 is the first year you saw Dead shows?
Now, Farmer Tom he heard his calling. He's like, wait a minute, people talking old stuff, old school? Let me get in here.
Yeah. Hey, Adam, how you doing, buddy?
Good. Nice to see you.
Yeah, what's that in the back seat?
Gee, I wonder.
It's a freak show. It's a freak show
I
plan.
thought it was a freak show.
And it's funny because I'm going to an event and I always bring a freak show because it's like bringing a puppy to us. It's like bringing a puppy around. Everybody wants to talk about it. Everybody wants to touch it. Everybody's like, ah.
So check this out. That is actually the coolest thing. When I went to the Unicorn Cup, Che from Rosebud, another living soil regenerative farmer, awesome guy, awesome people, him and his wife Crystal. I went to this event, and before I went, I was at my mentor, my old school mentor, Ron Hickey's house. There's videos of me and him making bubble hash in the snow with his Bouvier dog. He lives in the Kootenays. He's lived there for quite a while now, but yeah, where was I going with that? I don't want to lose. Oh, Che.
Freak show.
Plants. He gave me a bunch of clones and said, you got to bring these plants to the event. And I'm like, well, what do you want me to do with them? He's like, oh, you can take them home and flower them on your deck. He's like, or you could give them away. So I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. I take these plants. They're all about this big. And I put my tent up and I've got these plants all around the outside of my tent. There's like, I can't remember if he gave me 6 or 8. But then we're, and it's a real psychedelic event. Everyone is tripping balls. Everyone is puffing and dabbing, and it's just awesome. It's outside next to this amazing lake, Rosebud Lake. And this guy, fuck, I keep losing my train of thought. I'll get through this story.
Congo.
I know I'll get through this story. Yes, exactly. This guy was standing with us. You might have been talking with me at the time, Josh. I can't remember who was around. I just remember these young guys going, oh, I've been trying. I said something about the Congo, and they said, oh, we've been trying to get the Congo for quite a while, like nobody wants to give it to us. Also, side note on the Congo, no one would share it. No one would share it, and nobody had it. Very few people had it. The people who had it were certainly not sharing it. Shout out to Matt, the great gardener. He did share it. He gave it to me, and then I gave it to everyone. And I gave it to these guys at Rosebud Lake at this event while we were all tripping and everyone was partying and dabbing, and they mentioned the Congo, and I said, oh, you've been looking for the Congo? Oh, okay. And I walked away. I don't even think I said wait there. I just walked away. I went over to my tent. I got my flashlight out. I found the Congo. I lifted it up. I walked over and I just gave it to the guy, and he goes, what's this? And I said, that's the Congo. And I'm fucking telling you, dude, like, if you are going to go to a festival and you live in a state or country where cannabis is legal to have like a clone, you should absolutely bring a clone or 2 or 3 of something special and give it away to the people that are at that event. Because the same way the Grateful Dead helped Kind Bud decimate or, just go everywhere in North America, I think that giving away clones at events like that, having plants that even a big one like Adam's got, and just being like, oh, take a cut, wrap it in wet tissue paper and throw it in a plastic bag and go home and root it. It's such a cool thing to do. And no one expects it. No one expects to go to a festival and be given the Congo. Like,
imagine when you're tripping balls and that happens.
Especially when you're, dude, their jaws were on the floor. Their jaws.
Then you're like, Yeah.
Dude,
Adam, what's the dominant terpene in the freak show that you have there? Do you have a dominant terpene in there?
It's got like a rosy kind of vibe to it almost. It's weird.
Okay.
Like it's very light floral, and it doesn't really affect the flavor too much of what you cross. If you cross something into it, it kind of has this like it takes on the whatever you're bringing into it. So if you have a good male that's got a lot of flavor, it won't affect that, which is nice. So it's not very dominant on that side, but it is definitely on the structure 100% dominating. You know what I mean? Like you can 100% know if it worked or not, right? Which is nice. And from breeder's point of view, I love mutations. You know what I mean? That's the fun thing. Go into a room, seeing all sorts of weirdness going on.
Yeah, we came across that mutation in our gardens one year, and it looks a lot. It's the same kind of ruffled leaf, but that's the plant that we had that had the dominant terpene of
Balancine?
Yes, the Valencine plant, a Valencine dominant, which is like one of the most unique ones. But when we tried breeding with it, but that terpene came back a couple times, but not the actual leaf structure. The leaf structure of the ruffle went away. And that was interesting. It was like super flighty, it went away. So
yeah, when you gotta cross it back into itself. Otherwise, once you start going out with it, it disappears quickly. But once you bring it back in, it'll pop up again a lot. And then after about 4 generations, you can stabilize it, get it to a point where it's 85, 90%, and then even further if you go to a little deeper. But it is fun. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, I think a lot of us, not that we're bored, but we've been doing the same thing for so long that when we see something that's so unique and somebody walks in and has never seen it before, they're so excited. I love Max. Max, who is the breeder behind it, is from Canada Research. He's got some great stuff, great genetics, good eye. He's got a good eye.
I found something well, I didn't find it. One of my employees actually spotted it and brought it to my attention. Different type of mutation, but we found a variegated bud. I wish I could show it. Oh, it's not gonna do good. But we found a variegated bud, right? I've seen it in leaves plenty of times. There's a lot of, people say different things on reasons why it happens, but man, I wish this was coming through. I might have to share it to my computer and then present it. But the variegation went all the way through the flower. That was super exciting after seeing, I don't even know how many buds and, one popped through that the variegation carried all the way through the flower. Let's see if I can share it to my computer.
Yeah, and then
is that
Michael,
where the
as
stock
well,
is ribboned?
Your
Sorry.
patience is appreciated. I did figure out how to get it so you can share now. So if you want to share after Drew shares his photo or before.
First time you see the fasciation and you're all like, what the hell is going on here? Flat stems and weird growth coming off the side.
Yeah, it's probably interesting and difficult to try and stabilize a plant that all it wants to do is adapt. Like the whole entire purpose of the cannabis plant is to.
Well, it's right up there with doing stability tests on volatile organic
and that's how
compounds.
hard it is. It takes stability tests and AI and all this stuff to lock it in, and that's what it's just an interesting,
Yeah, it's kind of like that outdoor grow. All things being equal, that's kind of like where you end up sometimes because so much is uncontrollable. So all things being equal, here's the result.
Even if you can't control it's one thing, but if you could perceive it, that's just being able to perceive it to me is a massive component to be.
I think that's just it because let's say we were taking pictures and videos of Drew's farm. We were doing this religiously, day over day. It could probably pick up something different, right? That we wouldn't even perceive. It just see something different about this is why that happened. Or at least it would point out like, hey, because it's all about probabilities, right? It's gonna turn around and say, hey, this is what's different, right? So that kind of like, like when you attack a problem, you wanna carve the problem off and put it off to the side. That's kind of like what we're doing here. Okay, it may not be exactly what's wrong, but you know what? Causality is in there. Everything else is controlled. This is what's not controlled. So that's it. That's what you attack.
Yeah, makes sense. Did you want to share that, Drew?
I'm working on it. I'm trying to get it.
Do you want me to bounce the VIQ first and then come back to that?
Let me see if the share will work.
It should. I clicked the button that says anyone can share. Actually, it says all participants, if I'm really going to be accurate.
I hope this shows the right thing, guys.
Yeah, you don't want one of those embarrassing internet moments to happen.
Oh, I have permissions issue. Go ahead, Mike. Oh, maybe we're here.
Yeah.
We haven't had too many embarrassing internet moments on Hash Church, to be honest.
Oh no, it says I have to quit and reopen.
I can think of one.
Oh,
I bet a couple of those other churches have, though.
yeah, exactly. Are you able to share, Michael, without
Yeah, I can
closing?
share.
And
Yeah, I can share.
without. Okay, you can. Okay, I wonder why he has to leave. That's weird.
Very
Holy
bizarre.
shit.
I had to. It's a Mac issue. I had to update permissions for basically for Zoom to access my content.
So what are we looking at here? This is a lot.
It's a lot. So ironically, a lot of the method I used for cannabis was very similar to the children, methods that I built in that hospital. So if you think about it, you walk into a situation and a patient comes in on this particular date and he goes home or dies on this particular date. So what you do is you basically create something called zero-based. So here now, irregardless what time this patient came in or irregardless what day we start growing this plant, it's all on day zero. So what that means is I can compare an orange tree or an avocado tree, their life cycle over to anything. I can compare it to your life cycle if I wanted to, right? Does it correlate? No. But so what we have here, so right now I'm looking at 4,181 serial numbers, right? And again, earlier I said I'm taking a snapshot of every single serial number every single day. Okay, so here's day 11. Here's all the snapshots. So I took 86,000 snapshots on day 11. So I can literally drill on that in real time. Okay, then I can come down and here's the 24-hour clock.
So are those 81,000 snapshots from all the sensors that you're collecting data from?
Now that's a really deep question. Yes. Okay, and that's where I think again it takes a lot of experience in really data engineering. Mm-hmm. But like right now, I'm going to drill on this one serial number. Okay, so here's a truthful statement is on this particular date, I took 24 snapshots of this serial number, and here is the average temp. Okay, which looks kind of wonky because Trollmaster does weird stuff with their stats. But then, to Drew's point, we're looking across unlimited metric stacks. So what's a metric stack? So let's say you come to me and say, "Hey, I want to measure the EC runoff." Great. You now have 12 dedicated fields for that. So what the system's going to do is it's going to track the high, the mid, the low. It's going to track basically the spread. It's going to give you a rolling average, right? And it's going to do that every single hour. It's going to look back at the previous hour and it's going to keep on trucking, right? So now we're going to do that to every single serial number for its entire life cycle, right? And then we end up with this. And we're doing that across every single metric. So as you can imagine, how do you map a particular sensor, right? So this one sensor may go to the entire room. This one sensor may go to this particular flat, this table. So we had to develop an entire way to map like a farm topology to the actual plants themselves. And we did that. We came up with our own topology name called FRTL, which stands for farm room table level. All right. So that way we're able to take in real-time information and map it directly to the plant, irregardless if it's at a batch level, serial number level, doesn't matter, right? Even when you move the plants, right? And again, we're tightly bound to seed to sale software, right? So, and our processes run so low that you don't even have to worry about like metric integrations anymore, right? Because our processes integrate directly to metric. and all that happens behind the scenes for you now. So again, that's a little ahead of the game, but I definitely wanted you to at least kind of see, right? So this is basically a 24-hour clock. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, this is basically a daily plot over all of my plants. So you can see I've harmonized them all on one. If I want to look at them across a 24-hour time period, so this is the same plot, but now I'm including the 24-hour clock, and you can see it here over time. So you can kind of see the cluster. Does this look controlled to you? Right? So this is the world of the real, right? This is just what one metric looks like over a 24-hour period of time. So now we tame it, we weaponize it. And there was some really good conversation earlier about, and Drew was talking about the question, right? We need the right question. He's exactly right. The data model and the AI is so mature now, it's just like, it's lazy, right? We now need to exercise it. We need the hardest questions. Right, we need to be punched in the face kind of questions, right? And then I'll back up, and what I need is, number one, I'm gonna, when I do my work, it's like, okay, what's the target? What's the context? So understand, we have context now. So everyone's sort of like GPT, they're called like large language models. Those engines need context. In one transaction, I can drill on one transaction, right? And I can put it out in Excel for you, and I can tell you the entire story of the life cycle of that plant, including the economics. I can tell you that these were the commodities that were ordered. I can tell you that this plant was projected a year ago and we successfully grew it. These were the commodities. This is the cost. And by the way, this is how long it stayed in finished good inventory. And this is what it sold for, all the way down to the serial number level, all the way through. So that may sound insane, but that's actually
it doesn't, because what it sounds like to me is for these companies that are trying to sell herb to the world, right? Not just to their neighborhood or to their friends, but literally like making it a product that's available over a period of time. It can be on a shelf, all of these different things. It's very different than like just growing herb for yourself. You have to like that. So the LED lights, the under canopy lights, you know, what you just mentioned,
right,
in a whole, to me, what I see those things is filling up holes that used to be lost and making them gain and bringing back a level of at least somewhat of profitability to be able to survive and have your company survive. Because you know, for a while here, cannabis has become, you know, very difficult to profit off of. So all of these little things are uber helpful when you can increase the margin and decrease the cost, especially on a macro level like this.
And without sacrificing quality. You know, I think that's been a big thing that's been detrimental to the cannabis industry, right? I just call it the race to the bottom, you know, that price war that ultimately just pushes everybody's price down. You know, almost every cultivator I know in a commercial setting, right, has had to sacrifice something they would do normally to their crop if they were growing it at home, right, in order to be able to produce it cheaper.
Yeah.
And that's something that's important, right? When we're talking about this is, you know, decreasing costs, increasing yield, right? But still being able to maintain consistency and quality, right? We can all push the price of producing our products down, right? But most of the time it's gonna, you know, result in a lower quality end product.
good.
Just reading your message here, Drew, on you should be able to share your picture in chat. It's just the same way through screen sharing.
I mean, ultimately, it's a commodity market, and price is going to win all day long, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, the funny thing is it's many markets. It's not just a single market. That's the confusion of cannabis. There are so many markets, and there are going to be bigger markets than not. The same way, like, you know, mainstream beer like Coors and Old Milwaukee and these, you know, these beers that just sell by the pallet. They're like probably not considered the high end beer, but people appreciate them and buy lots of it. It's the same thing in every aspect, you know. And I wonder if the beer people are like, you know, even acknowledging one another's existence. Like, you got your market and we've got our market. Like, in this industry, if you want, you can very much, in fact, I see your technology as being able to help both or multiple sides of the market, in the sense that for sure you could help these huge MSOs. The huge MSOs, when you save them a little bit across a long period of time, it becomes a shocking amount of money, like in the millions of dollars. Like, people can't wrap their heads around it. It's like, all we did is show them this, this, and this, and now they save, like, you know, like $6 million a year. It's like, what? Like, our company doesn't do $6 million in 5 years. There's so many different levels to it. But, you know, if you can have a sort of intelligence that can help perceive things on a level that you're unable to, or make it easier to train people to be able to grow the plant without, you know, sometimes getting overzealous and causing, you know, becoming the mountain in their own way. Yep. Do you want to go through these pillars?
Yeah. So right now we're kind of in the juicy middle. We're talking about the grow intelligence. I think it was really kind of cool. So thank you for letting us share that that model. That's something we don't share very often. So I guess that's kind of out now. So that was something special. So I'm really happy that we were able to do it here on your show. But from there, it's kind of like, so what? Who cares, right? Because if you can't weaponize the data, if you can't really leverage the data, if you can't put it in a format or a playing field where your operators can actually operate, make decisions, see their decisions made true, right? In other words, here's causality. Okay, let's try something different. Did we actually have the effect that we expected? Is it measurable? Okay, and then most importantly, can we reproduce that? Can we put that in our quality planning? So quality planning is massive for us. I can walk across the app here in a minute, but first let's kind of just talk about just a really, really high level. What are the 6 pillars? And I'll just got to come down here and just kind of, I'm not going to drain these guys, I promise you. I just want to walk through these headers really quick, and also it's being recorded, so for posterity. Buying union. So if you think about it, let's start on the far left. Okay, so in other words, supplies are coming in, we're going to grow something, then we're going to end up with finished good inventory. We're going to go into our marketplace, and we're going to sell it, hopefully for the best price we possibly can. Okay, so if you really think, so we're supplying the left to the right, but at the same time, what are we doing? We're demanding from the right to the left, right? Let that sink in, right? So we demand labor, we demand commodities. Okay, so how much labor do we need? How many commodities do we need? That's where, again, when you have strong SOP, when you have strong command and control, right? Again, so now that amazing model is still behind the scenes, but now we're actually moving into basic, just literally operations. Okay, this is the tasking. This is workforce management. This is managing our grows as far out into the future as we possibly can. So what Smart Grow allows us to do is, if you want to grow, let's say, and again, in the world of, I did some work with like some dentists, and we called it butts and seats, right? They have 1,000 seats throughout Los Angeles, and it was my job to make sure that there was a butt in every single one of those seats. It's the same thing here. He said, now I guess it's plants and buckets, right? We have this many buckets. Is there a plant in there growing that's going to turn into money, right? It's the same scenario. So what we want to be able to do is look at our bucket count per se, right? This is our ability to grow, and we want to project that as far into the future as possible. So what we've done is we actually created something we call a futures market. Okay, and this is what it looks like. All right, so in this world, right, a smart grower can basically say, these are the genetics. So we require the grower to actually daisy chain their genetics, let's say 6 months into the future. So as long as we know they have their genetics, we're going to allow them to confirm a grow, right? And more importantly, they can put the grow out there into the future, and they can then invite all their dispensaries, anybody they want. And then the dispensaries can log in and basically pledge. So we know that we have 1,000 plots here to make product. Okay, dispensary number 1, what do you want me to grow? what do you need for your shelves? What do you need? This is my bandwidth. So he can, so those 1,000 buckets, you can actually publish 5,000, right? But then at the same time, you can see what's being pledged. A pledge is nothing more than, hey, if this thing goes live, I'm willing to pay for it now. And by the way, we're going to do it at a discount, right? So everyone's incentivized. And when you do that, what happens, what you do is, remember all that demand that's on my right, it smooths it out. And remember, what we're doing is we're bucketing that demand. So now I know this month, this is all the slices of demand that I have across all of my farms. It goes into our bucket, which is a buying union on the far left-hand side with our commodity managers, and they're bartering the best deal for everybody. Okay, so now these guys, yeah, so once the genetics meet up, then basically the money is paid for from the dispensary. It goes into an escrow account when the product actually gets sold, simple transfer, yada, yada. So this is the futures market, right? Concept. Right now, the marketplace is alive. We're about to hit the shore with it. As we start maturing, the futures concept will absolutely come to life. Okay. So that is essentially, when we look down here, the futures capacity. Okay, so again, we're on the left-hand side here. We're on the commodities. Now we're going to shift a little bit. Now we're going to go into, let's see, yeah, the grow intelligence. No, actually, we're going to clone management console. So the clone management console, again, I have demand coming to the right, and now we have to match the demand with our inventory. So a mother plant is inventory. That's all it is. But we need to be able to make sure that that inventory is stacked correctly, so we can then actually look across all of our mother plants and see our supply curve matching our demand curve. Okay, not over matching, not under, optimized, right? And then of course, any cut that ever comes from a mother plant, we know that this mother plant had 1,200 cuts, 1,000 of them made it to market, and this was the money it made. So I can literally tell you cost of goods sold and margin at a mother plant level. So that's the kind of control that we've established. Okay, let me kind of go back up here. Pictures are fun to look at. Okay, so finished good. Let's see, risk. Essentially, okay. So now, okay. So how do you actually control something? Right. Just think about that. The AI, little red lights are starting to go off. Okay, but how do you actually control what's actually happening on the floor? So what we created was a seed to sale SOP. So we created an application that's literally called the QRA, which is the quality routine application. That's kind of what it looks like. So this is basically workforce management on steroids. Okay, so every employee, is invited to the application. They log in, they have their own profile. They can put in their availabilities. When start of day happens, the tasking actually happens on their phone themselves, right? So here's basically a serialization routine, right? Here's all the instructions, right? This is what I need you to do. And then they actually go to the place themselves, activate the task, scan the batch tag, right? Confirm, actually perform. So while this is happening, right? We're doing some very sophisticated stuff in the background. Like, let's say, Adam, I gave you a task, I gave Drew a task, right? It's a 1 hour task each, right? But Drew got it done in half an hour and you took the full hour. Well, little did you know, behind the scenes, there's a point system. Okay, so every quarter hour is a point. So Drew got his done in 2 points, you got yours done in 4. Drew's 2 points go back into the marketplace, and then he'll get redirected to another task that may be suffering. So it has like a harmonizing approach. Okay, so that's workforce management on steroids, all based off of SOP. Okay, but what happens if, let's say, the AI says, hey, we see EC spiking at this FRTL. Someone needs to go there and take a manual reading. Drew has already created that task in hand, and it would actually then prescribe that task. When that task is prescribed, right, then it would actually then go up to the command view here, right? So this is all of the tasking that is happening. So remember earlier on when I said demand, all of the labor demand that you have projected is actually right here. So this would go down pretty deep, right? But then just like a Pez dispenser, as work is being done, you can actually click into the task and you can actually see it being done. You can see the points being eaten faster than the hours. You can see the marketplace regenerating those points, providing you more value on the floor. If something goes sideways though, then it goes up into an alert status. This is your middle pane. And again, I can be looking at 5 farms simultaneously across multiple states while this is happening. And then finally, all the seed to sale validation and all the alerts. So let's say that we did have some issue on the floor and Drew's routine is like, hey, get someone under this FRTL. Let's fix that problem. But then guess what? The next day we need to do this. The next day we need to do this. So in other words, what I just did is I alerted, I prescribed, and I complied. Good question. Hear me. Was that a question?
I think Adam might have had his mic on for a second. Or do you have a question, Adam?
That's good.
No, I didn't have a question.
Okay.
If not, except how come I didn't get how come I took so long to do my job? I don't even know what I was doing there. I don't know what I was doing.
All right, probably a good time to take a quick pause, but you can kind of see what we're doing is it's bilateral. So on one side we have SOP, it generates all of the work proactively, but then something's got to go wrong, and we have this concept at Tallgrass, right, called APC, which stands for Alert, Prescribe, Comply. So alerts happen, they're benign, but when we see it reach a threshold, we're always in a pre-failure mode. Right. So we actually prescribe, in other words, hey, go do this because we're in a pre-failure mode. Hopefully the house didn't burn down. But once we open that door for prescription, we always have to close the door. Okay. So Drew is going to have a final task that is just like, okay, final confirmation, day 5. EC's good. We fixed the sensor. He writes down his notes. Unfortunately, the AI is going to realize that these plants were probably baked a little bit by high EC. It's going to be noted in the metrics, right? So if we have a fail to thrive event, something like that happens, we know the causality. And then most importantly, again, we're highly coupled to seed to sale metric and what have not. So if I want to come in here at the end of the day, and again, there's validators on the floor who can do this. But if it doesn't happen, then this actually pushes that to metric itself.
And something that's important to note there, right? Like there's things that we have to do by law to keep our license and be able to do this, right? Yep. That becomes a whole nother job on the floor. So yes, it's huge that we take care of that through our processes, right? But what actually has happened, and part of the reason why we decided to go this route, right, is because we're tying all of the data, all of the inputs, all of your environmentals, everything actually down to the physical product, right? Instead of having to go back and compare, timelines on, temperature graphs and, your EC measurement graphs and all your instruments, right? They're all just time-based, right? So where you would have to go back and find all those, sections of data and look at them to see, what those went into, right? And just think like, right, you're looking at a COA test, a good 35 days after harvest, right? So by the time you even get, let's just say your lab data, right? All of that data, think of how far that is back in your data history, right? Because those sensors start capturing another crop. You're getting new data again, right? By the time you actually have your results, right, your data is already in the past. How much of a pain, like I have about anywhere from 14, somewhere around 14,000 plants alive at our farm, right? There's 50 employees total for the whole building. There's always fires to put out. to be able to associate all that data actually to the product, right? To know that when you're looking at, sour diesel flour, right, that we have the exact data that went into producing that.
It really turns in from descriptive to actionable. And again, what you're going to see in these tool sets is we're going to deprioritize 99% of all of the data. We're only going to bring up, or we're only going to present you with things where there's causality, right? We're in a gray area that we need a human brain to actually kind of help us figure something out. Or it's filter and prioritizing on extreme performance. Right. So, and again, everything that we do is like on inequality. So why is the 2% of this driving 20% of your profit? Those are metrics. So there's another dashboard that we're going to ramp up called the product performance dashboard. But what it does is it works on inequalities, right? So what I just said, how is 2% driving 20%? Well, that's a ratio. We're going to paint that ratio across every strain, every farm, every worker, any dimension that we need to. We can have those really, really interesting rolling averages going through time. And then more importantly, when we see a velocity of change of performance for better or for worse, you see I'm going to deprioritize 99% of your world and say these are the 5 things that are impacting you unequally for good and for bad. And then we look at it and it's just like, okay, we're going to wrap alerts around these things. I want to know when we find a really cool bud like Drew did, because I want to hyper focus on that FRTL to see how that happened. Or, we have 300 fail to thrive events. What the hell happened there? Right? I need to really hyper focus on, the events that precursored that. So we're always going to be learning, but at least in this scenario, when we finally ask a really good question, we can isolate it and then we learn from it. And then we understand its signature and it only gets better and stronger. Is that making sense?
Yeah, it's a lot of data for sure. I wonder, I mean, obviously Drew's a grower himself. He's saying he's got 14,000 plants going. What you've been growing for a long time, Adam, what piqued your curiosity about this in this particular one? Because I'm sure you have so many things that are brought to your plate on the regular, but this one caught your attention. Are you muted? Maybe gone. I don't even know. I can't. Oh, wait. He's not on camera right now. Oh, Tom's here, though.
I think he started to talk. He was definitely muted, though.
Oh, yeah, he is muted. You're right. I see him now. Ask to unmute. It's harder on a phone because you have to like slide the.
Sometimes it's hard. I'm all over. I was trying to send you a text at the same time, Marcus. No, the reality, what piqued my interest was the fact that I already see how quickly AI is taking over every aspect of everything, right? And I also see how quickly I'm falling behind. But luckily, I have a 14-year-old kid who's very knowledgeable already. And I thought, wow, this is going to be the implanted into every grow at some point. So I felt like it was a perfect opportunity. Plus, being old school and never like wanting to write stuff down, I'm like the worst data collector you could ever imagine. I'd be like, it's all in my head. It's all in my head. Every formula's in my head. When I try to leave town and tell my mom what to do, it's like pulling teeth sometimes, So now I realize, if you're trying to run a team and you're trying to run, 50 people like Drew's doing there, this is like a tool you're going to need 100%. And from a genetics point of view, I thought it's great to be able to, put all of our genetics in there and get some data from that, because I've also been outside the system a lot of times too, where, everybody's asking me for COAs and things. And I'm like, dude, there's no COA on this. This is COAs in my head. And like last time when we were doing the testing over at Kyle's place and your guys had the testing machine there, and I gave him some hash to test. And I said, yeah, I think it's going to be about 80%. And it came out to 79.8%. Wow. So I was like, see, I don't need no freaking data.
It's in my head.
But the reality is when you have 5.4 million, or what he said, 54 million data points, I don't think I could manage that, So I just feel like it's the obvious direction that everything's going.
It's so neat to see in the chat, because you get right away, you get the purists who are like, this just sounds like it's for Chads, this is just like some way for Chads to tell other Chads. And I'm just like, I think it is. You probably should listen a little deeper, but it's always neat to see how, like, if I was my own personal grower, I wouldn't see this as a threat to me, even if I didn't want to do it. But for some reason, that's how it's seen. It's seen as like, well, you're just going to turn plants into data points. It's like, well, or you could say it like, you're just going to make it like easier
think about all the
not to fuck up.
Yeah, and think about all the things you'll figure out that will help other people who don't use AI. You know what I mean? Just the fact that you put it out there in the world, like, hey, guess what? We've seen a pattern develop. And I always tell everybody, to be a good grower is just recognizing patterns. And sometimes patterns, and they take 3 months to happen. So those patterns are in slow motion, right? So it's the fact that if you don't see it after the 3 months and you keep doing the same mistakes over and over and over again, then you'll never get out of that little bubble that you're in. Whereas if you had something to go back on and look, and I'm always amazed. Even like my mile checker on my car, like when I drive around and I go do my taxes and I start looking, I'm like, oh, imagine if I had to write all this down. Like I had to write, hey, I drove over here for 5 minutes, and I drove over there, and and then all of a sudden I would have lost like $10,000 in taxes and being able to claim on my taxes. And that's sort of the same thing. It's like having that mile IQ in your car is like having that on your plants and giving you all these data that you wouldn't you're not there. But I always tell people too, is if you're 24 hours in a day, you might spend 2-3 hours in your room. There's still 22 other hours or 1 other hours that you're not there, and things are happening. Lots of stuff's happening. And so just to be able to look back, like back in the day when they had the little graph, remember, in the greenhouse with the little to tell you the highs and the lows. That to me was already huge. Like, wow, you can see where this, at nighttime when it dropped below 20, and that's why I have purple plants, you know what I mean? And just like, but if you didn't have the data, you wouldn't know what time it happened, or, now you can, you realize like, oh, okay, my heater broke, and I didn't turn this, I didn't flick a switch, so there's a lot to be learned, and, I can see where people get nervous, but at the same time, it's just evolution and reality of,
And it's nothing.
And they haven't even touched on the insurance side. That's
that
gets growers' attention right there.
Let me back it up with Adam really quick, right? Because remember, what you're experiencing here is absolutely completely normal. Anytime I take on a new client, it's culture, it's terrifying of change, but for all those purists out there, understand what this is going to do is going to prove you right, or God forbid, it's going to prove you wrong. Okay, it's going to remove the mystery, but so what? Maybe you like the mystery. Okay, but guess what? The mystery is still going to be there. But now you're going to be hunting the mystery in that 5%, not in that 30%. So if you really do want a better quality, again, this is just quality engineering, backed by AI that helps you box in what you learn. Okay, it's not making the decisions for you. And by the way, I'm writing a book called Attainable AI, where I break apart what is tactical AI and strategic AI. Smart Grow is the use case to the book I'm writing. Okay, so listen, I'm a human first person when it comes to AI. That's why I'm developing strategic systems that actually guardrail AI. We will have humanoids in our farms. It's going to happen. Okay, it's going to happen. It's inevitable. So how do we harmonize that, and how do we protect our humans, right? And their intellectual property that really help us grow our farms. So these are so we're 5 years ahead of how we're thinking about these things. It's inevitable. We live in a very crazy, interesting time right now, but just understand this is going to prove you right. Right. And those who are afraid to be proven right because they don't want to be accountable to the truth, those are the folks who are really going to have a hard time with the future.
Yeah, it is interesting how it's very much human nature to resist.
Yep.
Not always. It's just because belief system is. I remember Terrence saying it in like the 80s. McKenna said that belief systems are the anchors, the anchor of mankind. Belief systems are the anchor of mankind. And I didn't quite understand it until I got older. And I was like, wow, like the more fervently you believe something, the more you become blind to the opposition of that thing that you're believing in, because, well, you believe in that so fervently that obviously its opposite couldn't possibly exist. It's a weird way to shave parts of reality outside of your perceivable experience.
And if and both are good potentially, like we're saying, like that you create your reality.
Yeah.
And then in that you have tools that you can work with. I wonder how many data points our brain is capable of producing. And I understand, like we always talk about, oh, our brain is tired, it forgets, it's not optimized, it's not a computer. But the more we move away from using our brain and the more we move away from intuition, the less we have of it. So, and I get it. Like this is a tool. It's not creating information, it's processing information that's given to it. So it's a cumulative data, from the point of view of humanity.
Well,
And
it's radical abundance, in its highest form. It, like when people are like, well, what, just robots are going to grow our weed? It's like, yeah, and we're going to surf. We're going to do all this cognitive activity. We're not going to be working. Like, are you kidding me?
I wonder if the farther we move the plant away from nature, the more we need these kinds of systems.
It depends on what your definition of nature is, because
And what your
everything this system was built with seemingly came from nature and was created by nature. But your belief system might believe that it's not nature, and then you can separate it, or it's not natural. But when you go to the periodic table of elements and you break everything down, it gets to become a philosophical discussion, right? It's like, well, what does your belief system require for you to feel better about it? The perspective of how you're going to look at this thing that neither changes, it just doesn't change regardless of our perspectives of looking at it. It's still the neutral thing that it always was. It's just us that puts the, oh, I like that or I don't like that sort of perspective on it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not paying money to really grow because you're a family farm and all of your elements you can't predict, even with weather, you can't predict weather. It's all modified to begin with. There's nothing natural really happening around you. The one thing you have is being able to adapt. Right? Just like you're saying with AI, you're using that system, and nothing teaches you like experience. So I just personal, so it's
because it's not an all or nothing. This isn't to replace that, and that's not to
exactly.
replace
No,
this.
it'll never replace that.
It's called options.
Exactly.
And the more options you have, probably the more likely you're finding yourself on a place like planet Earth, where everyone's here to just sort of create options and experiences and
I'll just say
pathways.
The option that we're upholding is the one that says when there is no doctor, how do you heal someone? When there is no electricity, can we still grow? When there is no more healthy seeds, or the clones are now ailing with hemp latent virus, whatever, like, can we still grow? So we're in that.
So you're projecting yourself into a futuristic worst case scenario and preparing for it?
No, it's not. Again, it's just, and it's not about comparing. Like, this is a fun.
No, I said preparing.
No, and I'll just, this is a fun place. It's exciting to be in the spot where it's not doomsday and the way I see it. It's more, it's exciting as a human to be able to interact with nature in a natural setting, because it's healthy to your body, right? To move around a farm. It's healthy for your mind to think. It's healthy for the plants to grow together. I want to have as much food as I have medicine, right? So I'm trying to grow as much potatoes and flowers as I am cannabis. So my needs they're different than a normal commercial grower. It's a different model. There's different inputs needed to achieve that, and the data inputs, there's so
Well,
many.
maybe this isn't for you.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
It's
there you go.
really
This isn't
interesting.
This isn't for you. But I don't think it's for everyone. I think it'll start for a certain group of people, and then I think the people who have, this has happened with technology since the beginning of time. People opposed the radio. They opposed dancing, gyrating hips. They opposed the television. They opposed the internet. They opposed cellular telephones, all, by the way, while using those same technologies they were opposing,
And
all while using them. And then I think that everything we come up with, like even, whatever it could be, there'll always be some sort of, and I appreciate that too, because I also love what you call nature, just the farm or the teepee out on the, with the fire instead of the lights plugged in at the campsite. Like, I absolutely have a huge appreciation for nature, but I'm also half alien and want to take the rocket ship into space. And so also have an affinity for technology. I love technology. I mean, honestly, fuck, the technology we're using right now, if it didn't exist, we wouldn't be able to have these conversations for the last 12 years. And I had no idea. I knew AI would surprise me eventually. But when James and Bike got together and created this new, I don't want to call it AI because that's not necessarily what it is, but this new way of aggregating data and searching hash church, like people can search hash church, Josh, and be like Dragonfly Earth Medicine. It's going to give every single episode that you guys were ever on with a breakdown of everything you said, searchable. Like this is available really almost cool. Today. Oh my God.
I
Dude, it's so cool.
The angle that's being put out here. I know you do. I see the value in it. And just like you're giving it as a thing that really matters, like I'm just presenting that other option of what matters as well.
Well, dude, listen, you guys do that very well. That's what the Dragonfly Earth Medicine is. It's the representation of that other option. That's why we have you on Hash Church all the time to talk and share about it. And I definitely
we're so appreciative of this community.
I have plants growing on my deck that came from you. Seeds that you and Kelly gave me are like out on my deck, like blooming right now. Not cannabis plants, but other flowers.
And life is about fractals. Like we're fractaling information as we move ahead. And without a fractal, you never have newness. You'll never have an understanding of what's coming. So, and again, and Kelly's right here now. She can talk about, I mean, we worked with midwifery, and we've worked with, the doctor model, the hospital model, they have every graph in the world for a pregnant woman, right? They have every graph in the world for a baby. And then there's the traditional midwife right next door. And when you're, let's say, in an earthquake and there is no electricity and there's still people having babies all over the place, can you operate in that model?
No, and listen, we actually used a midwife for 2 of my wife's pregnancies. 2 of our children were born with a midwife, and one of them was born in the hospital. And that example that you give, can you do it in an earthquake? Well, it flips as well. Like when your baby's dying, can the midwife save it? In our case, the answer was no. And my wife had to be rushed to a hospital and the baby's life was saved.
Wow.
Thanks to, the actual hospital. And so both my wife's home births ended up being rushed to the hospital, and her hospital birth, which was in Squamish, ended up just being pretty chill. And we came home like later that day. So it does go both ways. I
both should be able to exist together.
They have to. You got to fight for both options.
Unfortunately, often the natural side gets made illegal and it gets taken out of the option of insurance, and it gets ostracized.
Yeah. Well, it's been like that since we were
ostracized as anecdotal.
Yeah.
And it gets dismissed as not real information because in some way our we don't trust our minds to be
because
valid information
and you're
because
not
it's
wrong.
somehow adaptable or
The,
whatnot.
the division is also hurtful of the two. Like it just needs to be.
I
It's the
agree.
problem with political parties. There are these fractions, and then you have to pick one, but then be against everything the other one says. When in reality, in any group setting, you should pick like the best ideas from everyone, and that should become the sort of common sense of how the group exists, not one particular side or another of the group. That's why I try not to fall into. I feel like being divided by politics is to be played the monkey.
Agreed.
You become the
Agreed.
useful idiot when you become like fueled by either side, when you're just like, fuck, both of these motherfuckers are eating babies. I know it.
It takes away critical objective thinking. You start feeling like you have to think with the group, and that's not the best way to do it.
Dude, I'm telling you,
in
it's like
Oregon-
arguing about flat Earth, to be honest.
in
It's like if you've
Oregon
ever
in the
gotten sucked into
90s
that
with
conversation.
midwifery and organics, like you used to be able to coexist together in
That's right.
in birth.
Yep.
And then we moved to British Columbia in the late 90s, and it was initially really good for home birth and natural birthing. And then they made it legal. And the minute they made midwifery legal in British Columbia, it became illegal to people in the forest and people that lived more than 45 minutes away from
Well,
the
by
hospital.
legal, what you did was you
They
had to be
regulated
registered.
Well, that's the point. So you
Yes.
lost midwifery just like they legalized cannabis. And now you have 80% less family growers doing it far away from society in a way that's based off tradition. So we're in a category of people that have been displaced because no longer does that system fit into regulation. It's not validated in the same way. So it would be nice to be in an equals setting where we're genuinely offering our experience to humanity, and then a person has lots of options.
Yeah, but human nature is that one side is always going to beat the other side, and that side is always going to be sociopathic, and they're not going to be like empathetic and want to be equal. Equality almost just doesn't exist. If you look at the nature program, equality is like this lion is going to go out there and it's going to hunt the sickest or the oldest or the youngest gazelle, and then it's going to consume it whole while
And
its
same with
family watches from the
microbiology.
sidelines.
In our gut, healthy microbes consume pathogens.
Yeah.
So it's reality.
It is reality.
And there's a thing where we all get along and we're in a polyculture setting where we're not actually ever powerful alone. So it requires working together.
Well, speaking of getting along and working together, I want to introduce Etienne to Terry, and Terry to Etienne, fellow veterans and cannabis promoters. So I was telling Terry about you earlier, Etienne, and now that you're here, I would love for you guys to just kind of introduce yourselves and get to know one another as cannabis promoting veterans.
How you doing? It's nice to meet you.
I can't hear you, Etienne, even though you're unmuted. It's doing the weird. It's just lighting a giant fatty.
Oh.
There you are.
There you go. No, I'm familiar with Tom's work. Tom's been doing his stuff for a long time, so I have great.
Not Farmer Tom, Terry.
Oh, Terry. Hi, Terry.
Terry. Yeah, Terry's a fellow veteran.
How's it going, sir?
I'm
not.
Was enlisted.
I recently moved to Boulder, so I'm out of Colorado now.
Right on. Well, welcome, Terry. Always good. You at USMC, I can tell by the hat.
Yep. I was in the Marine Corps 91 to 95. So.
What was your MOS?
I was in artillery.
Gun Bunny. What were you? I was too. I was 13 Bravo.
Oh, nice.
So you as well. Well, or the with the equivalent in Marine Code.
Yeah, we were 0811. So I
What were
was
you?
I was all over the
102s,
gun.
155s, what?
155. The
SP,
howitzer?
SPs, 109 Alpha 3s?
No, 155.
I know that, but I was on the self-propelled 109 Alpha 3s.
Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, we
Couple
had
artillery brothers, eh?
yeah.
Yeah.
You went to Fort Sill?
Yes, I did. Yeah, yeah. And of course, I served in Desert Storm with as the artillery detachment for the French Foreign Legion. So,
nice.
So
yeah,
you were out of France then?
I was at the front lines attached to them because the French Foreign Legion doesn't have artillery. They're very up close and personal. Whereas the your artillery, you know, we had some distance and then clear it out. But they tried to recruit me. It was like 10 years, and they're scheduled 3 wars ahead of time. And yeah, not necessarily my thing, but since I had tattoos and I had a French name and I spoke French, they were like, "We want to recruit you." But I had my share of. I was 89 to 93, and yeah, that
I
was
was
enough.
88 to 92. So
Nice.
I served out of Stuttgart.
What was your MOS, Michael?
31 Mike, 31 Foxtrot, 31 Delta, and some other weird designation. I was just trying to make my E5, man.
What's 31s?
31 is it's a signal. So
Signal.
so you got Taxat mixed in there. You got everything from sitting in a signal shelter, putting up 50-foot antennas in the middle of the desert so no one can see you.
Yep.
To basically putting up that stupid little umbrella, hiding in a ditch.
You out there collecting data points, Michael?
Say again?
I said, you out there collecting data points?
I was just trying not to get my ass blown up or even worse, because we all went to that war. We went to that war with wet mop suits, knowing they're going to throw sarin gas out our ass. We knew we were dead, man. There was no chance of survival, no chance. So we all wrote ourselves off for dead. And then thankfully, the chemical weapons never showed up.
Yeah,
proposition?
I got hit.
Go ahead.
I got hit with those. Unfortunately, I was over by Al Basra and I got wounded, and my boot got pulled off in a contaminated environment. So I ended up with some. It was just called NBC, nuclear, biological, and chemical exposure. They couldn't figure out because, again, a lot of the places we overran, demo would come right behind us and blow up those bunkers that were about a half a mile to a mile deep. And my unit got the fallout from a lot of those. And so in 97, I got a 7-page dossier from DOD saying, "Hey, you were exposed to this." I was like, "Oh, great." So for me, I started to talk to the VA about my medical marijuana use, and the VA would physically call security and have me removed from VA facilities. This is back in the mid-90s. And fortunately, my good friend Michael Crowitz helped create a law called Directive 1315, which now allows you, since 2010, veterans to speak with their doctors about medical cannabis without losing their access or their benefits.
Yeah, that's that culture, man. We gotta attack that culture.
And we have. I mean, that's one of the main things we're working behind the scenes. I've created an organization called Veterans Action Council. You may have heard of us, but we're very active at the national and international level. We lobby at Congress, and we're working behind the scenes on medical cannabis and psychedelic access for our veterans. Because as you know, our brothers and sisters are having a rough time, especially assimilating back into society. My first year back after war, I was a nasty girl, so I got activated. For those who don't know, nasty girl is the National Guard. That's 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks out of the year. So I basically got pulled out of my semester of college at West Virginia University. I was going to art school and got activated, and within a few months there I was sitting on the front lines. And then after my injuries and some rehab and coming back home, I was a fucked up puppy. I mean, drinking a lot. I was probably drinking about a fifth of Jack Daniels a night. So yeah, as you know, alcohol is very tolerated in the civilian and military world, but cannabis pulled me out of it, and I'm forever thankful for my friends and who always made sure I had access to cannabis, because it saved my ass for sure. And so ever since then, I've been active. Was with the organization called Cannabis Action Network. And so I did rallies in 93, 94 in 47 US states, going out and telling people, you know, hey, I'm a veteran. I was wounded. I use this as medicine. And it was a very powerful story. I had all kind of veterans coming up to me saying, hey, man, appreciate what you're doing. You know, I'm doing the same thing, but I can't talk to the VA about it because, you know, the whole situation back then.
So it's really taboo.
Yeah, well, but I also found a camaraderie, you know, because back then even, you know, we were all being shoved pills. You know, I was given all the Percocets and all the morphine I wanted, but I didn't like it because, again, I was an artist, creative type. So
what's your opinion about Iran and what's happening with the predictions of what's coming?
I
You
hate
must
it.
have a thought about it.
I hate seeing more veterans being created, combat veterans being created. You know, I know what comes with that. We all do, you know, and it's not fun. It's its own journey. And each one of us, depending on what you were and what you're exposed to, you know, people kill themselves pretty quickly because they can't handle all the above. And so that's one of the reasons why I created the Veterans Action Council, was during COVID, so that we could talk to each other, because we were worried about being isolated. And unfortunately, it turned out to be true for our very much disabled brothers and sisters, because that limited isolation did cause an increase in suicides. So, you know, we're constantly educating, talking, and reaching out, because, you know, what we have found is that we have to take care of each other as veterans. And so we're always sending and reaching back out to help each other, because there's times when the VA won't help or assist us. So we always have to lift each other. So that whole thing about looking at each other's back, you know, during combat, that all follows after your service.
Yeah.
And so, you know, to your point, Josh, fucking hate it. There should be no reason we're there. You know, we've been in that part of the country and we know what happens. And these forever wars are what we don't need. And, you know, I was in a war over oil. I say it. The guys I serve with are like, oh, you can't say that. We liberated a democracy. Well, sorry, Kuwait is a monarchy. Always has been, always will be. And so we learned a lot of misinformation that we were taught as propaganda by our government. We learned on the ground that was not necessarily the case. And that is the most fucked up part about it, Josh, is you get unfiltered truth when you're in a war zone that you're not going to hear on the evening news. But at the same time, you know, these people are put in fucked up and compromising situations. And I hope there's enough of them that can say, no, this is unjust. This is wrong. But unfortunately, there's not going to be many that do that, because they're, as Terry and Michael will tell you, once you've signed your life away, your life is away. You are basically at the behest of your government. And you want to, there is no shittier feeling than your inability to exercise your freedoms of rights or speech as a human being because you're locked down in the military. It royally sucks, but that's also, if not, you know, you can be charged with the UCMJ, which is Uniform Code of Military Justice. And as one who's had a swift boot kick in the ass, you know, they fuck with your pay, you know, and the pay sucks as it is. Just to give you an idea, Josh, you know how much we got paid for combat pay in a combat zone in 1991 per month?
Tell me.
$110.
Wow.
That was combat pay back then. That's your
Jesus.
extra, right? For your little extra worry.
For smokes.
But back in 1990, I was making $4.25 an hour minimum wage. I was still a teenager, you know, but
and you were still making more than us an hour.
Wow. And you had your ass on the line, your future on the line, the country on the line, like,
oh yeah, people shooting
that's
live,
not fair,
live ammo at you.
compensation.
You know, you get the zings going by your head. As my stepdad told me, he was World War II. You would be amazed how much of your body you can fit into your fucking helmet.
Mhm.
That's
So
scary.
war
I'm the first.
sucks. I don't wish it on anybody. Peace, and then get the fuck out of fucking Iran. We should not be there in any way, shape, or form. And you see all the fuck ups that's happened because there's more than enough people who've done enough projections, because there's enough generals and all those other people, they run these scenarios all the time and have for decades. And Terry and Michael tell you both, we know better than to go there. And they went there. And unfortunately, we're kind of fucked. And all I'm hoping for is that this fucking president dies. Fuck Trump. Fuck everything about him. Don't care what y'all think there. But, I look forward to some obituaries with great glee. And I'll just leave it at that.
Fair enough, brother. Fair enough. Much respect to all involved. I guess on both sides, for that matter. And yeah, much respect to you all. And I have to bow out from a family standpoint upstairs and everything. And I appreciate the conversation today. Thank you to everyone involved. It was nice to meet some of the brothers on here I haven't met yet. Thanks, Marcus. ATN Mark. I don't know if Mark's still here. I can't see him, but we love you all. And I hope you have the great day, great week. Much love and respect out to everyone's endeavors, business and personal. And we hope you have a wonderful day.
Have a good one, guys.
Love you, Josh.
Enjoy it.
So, Terry, what do you do in cannabis?
I'm actually, like I said, a part of a nonprofit. My friend and I, his name's CJ, he's been in the cannabis game for a very long time. We worked at other nonprofits before, and we just wanted to create our own. We wanted to, spark out and set our own path in the nonprofit space. So we created a C19 so we can do more advocacy work. So, like I said, it's called Operation Green Healing. We wanted to focus on more of the peer support, integration. When people come back from these ayahuasca journeys or mushroom journeys, they need a place to come in and into a private setting. We have a Discord channel. We want all the vets to come in and hang out and just feel at home and feel with other veterans and just come in and talk camaraderie. If you want to learn how to grow, we'll teach you how to grow. We'll get you set up in the best way possible. We just want to, just get you back on your feet and get you going again. So
no, that's important. It's a really, as we've found, growth therapy is extremely helpful for veterans. Actually having them take something from, start to finish, fucking more powerful than almost any other medicine in some results. To take a simple thing that you're going through a tough time, and then you create it, and then you watch it blossom, and then you put in more work and time to make it better. I mean, it's probably one of the most helpful therapies I've been through as a veteran, because we're taught to destroy, right? Our final objective is to kill, right? So to do the opposite, to create, to uplift and bring beauty, it's kind of the opposite, but it's probably one of the most healing, wonderful energies I've seen. When you see that connection between a person and a plant, I've seen it from cancer patients, AIDS patients, to veterans. There's just a genuine connection that nature, when you're helping grow something, especially during a tough situation, it can literally help you grow out of it. And that is powerful, and one that it isn't talked about enough, because people don't realize how hard it is to grow cannabis, right? As I say, growing cannabis is easy. Growing medical cannabis is hard. Growing medical cannabis consistently is an art. And those who understand that, because anybody can just grow a plant, but can you get it to the ultimate expression of what you want to see, which is what we want, because what we want from the hash that we make, it has to come from the best flower. We can't polish a turd, as they say, right? So in the sense, do you give access to clones and genetics, or do you have access to genetic libraries so that veterans can get access to solid genetics to grow and provide for themselves?
We don't do any plant touching. I mean, we can recommend stuff on the side, but our organization, we don't do any plant touching or anything like that. We give out free seeds. Cincy Seeds has been great to us. They've given out almost $14,000 free for veteran seeds. So we do stuff like that. If they have questions, we have a Discord where they can come in. We'll answer questions on how to grow. And I do agree with you. My good friend CJ, the co-founder of this organization, he preaches horticulture is therapy. Gives a veteran a reason to wake up in the morning, gets him downstairs, gets his body moving, gives him that connection with the plant. It just gives him a reason to wake up every morning. And then at the end of the cycle, he gets to smoke his fruits of the labor and start a new cycle. So.
No, that's important, that continuity, but also having a cycle also helps, right? Because as you know, I call gardens time machines, because I always go into a garden just for a minute, and next thing I know, how many hours later do I come out going, oh shit, the sun's going down. Oh, damn it. Oh, this is not good. Because once you get in tune with the plant and you listen to it, if you learn to listen, I think you all agree, it tells you what you need to do, right? If you listen very intently and know what you're looking for, and so teaching those things are a very special treat, especially to watch somebody who's been not so successful in growing and help them shape it into the desired effect that they want, is a stewardship that is untouchable, in the sense it's just a wonderful feeling to teach. It's another thing to teach and watch something grow with that knowledge, right? That is that empowerment. When you see that instilled in a veteran, you can also see that torch that's lit, because they also want to now carry that torch, but also light that torch for somebody else in their darkness and bring them into that light. Because I've seen that multiple times when people are in very dark places, and just that camaraderie of, here, come help me with this, and then watching them grow through that is an amazing feeling and sensation. I hope everybody can experience, because learning is very humbling, but teaching is even more humbling.
I agree. And I'm not here to bash the alcohol industry, but I think that
I'll do that for you, Terry.
I'll do it too.
But I think that more veterans should switch to cannabis and stay off the alcohol. I think it's a lot better for them. So that's one thing I definitely preach is off the alcohol and onto the cannabis. So
yeah, it's a harm reduction in a level, in a way that, once you experience the no hangover, oh, yeah, that's an amazing sensation, because most of us in the military, we camaraderise in a bad way, especially around alcohol. We have a bad, let's out drink each other. Let's, really get into the drinking games. And I've seen absolutely dumb stupidity around alcohol, and very much things that would get us arrested, as compared to, of course, doing cannabis. But of course, you can't smoke currently. So that's one of the things that we're working on is service members. If you're allowed to drink and go home after, service, you should be able to do the same with cannabis. And
I agree.
that's 100%. One of the
100%.
things we if you can have a Class 6 store on post that sells alcohol tax-free, you should do the same thing for cannabis, in my opinion, and have access to it. Because honestly, as a nasty girl back in 1989, after a 2-weeker, my unit, NCOs, got around in a large circle, all took our tops off, and then because I was invited to it, And then they were told to light them and pass them to the left. And then about 6 guys lit joints and passed them to the left. And we all smoked them. And you know what? The next day there was a urinalysis and all the NCOs were called. And for some reason, we all popped clean. So it was very amazing that there are or were inroads and friendlies throughout service. But of course, I know a lot of that has changed. But I will say this, I did score hashish in Saudi Arabia before I went to the front lines. And so I did have Lebanese blonde that was in red that was in my boots. So when I got it on KP duty because we had the Saudis served our food, but we had to actually spoon it. And behind the scenes, there was a very robust black market for American $100 bills. So if you could get American $100 bills to these guys, they would do pretty much everything. So first day I was like, hashish. And the guy's like, puts his hands over his ears. He's like, no, 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 no. I was like, oh, that's what they told you to do. He's like, yes, we're to put our hands over our ears if we hear the word hashish. I was like, okay, all right. So I had traded a couple $100. I got some dinars with, Saddam Hussein's face on them and shit like that. And he wanted more $100 bills. So that night I went to the barracks and got as many $100 bills as I could coerce. And the next day went in fanning these $100 bills. And he was just, oh, yes. And I was like, oh, no, sorry. I popped it away in my pocket. And I was like, hashish? He's like, ah. He got really mad at me. And then eventually he's like, okay. And I gave him $20 and he came back with these 3 slats. They're about yay. And I immediately went to the latrine and carved them down and put them inside the lining of my boots. And so I would just take off a little chip, squeeze it into a little, because it was very good Lebanese. I would roll it into a little snake, and then I would slide that tip of that snake right into my Marlboros or my Camels. And then I'd do my 500 paces back because you can't smoke around artillery because there's a lot of gunpowder. You don't want to boom boom. And then, I'd smoke my cigarettes. And then people were like, yo, Fontaine, why do your cigarettes last longer than mine? I don't know. Maybe it's the humidity. I put a little water in. I don't know.
Maybe it's the 3 grams of hash I have jammed in amongst the like 1/4 gram of fucking tobacco. I know.
No, what's fucked up is Terry and Michael, the guys were so hard up looking for weed that they had heard from a friend of theirs. Oh no, their brother that was in jail, that they could take Crest toothpaste and tea leaves and mix them together and smoke them and get high off of it. And they tried it, and of course it didn't get them high. And
I bet you they had incredibly fresh breath though.
Minty tobacco fresh, yes.
Jesus Louise.
The menthol you don't want. So, there's a culture of cannabis inside the military, but it's got to be stopped hidden. It has to be brought out forward. Even I mean, before I got activated, when we went on our 2 weeks, I made brownies, brought brownies with me because, you don't have to have the highest IQ to be a gun bunny in artillery. That's all I'm saying. You're lifting a large round, putting a fuse onto it, putting it into a tube, putting a big thing of gunpowder right behind it, closing this thing, putting a little bullet, a little charge, and then you pull it and boom. So not a lot of really thinking. Everything is numbers and dialed in. So, getting high and hanging around is probably better for artillerymen than just hanging around.
Unless you're setting a fuse timer.
So
Yeah,
there you go,
want to get that
Marcus.
shit right.
You wanted some discussion with veterans and military. There you go, buddy.
Well, I thought it would be nice for you guys to know each other. You're both like actively involved in promoting.
Well, Michael, I want to ask Michael, what do you do in cannabis?
I'm working with Drew and creating a an AI derived command and control platform.
Nice.
For
And what got you
road.
into that? Were you just into programming originally, or you just thought it was a neat idea? Drew came with you and was like, "Yo, bud, let's try this shit." I mean, how'd it go?
Yeah. So I created a platform going back to like 2008, and it was for cable communication companies, right? And so essentially it tracked assets, but it tracked assets like at one point I was tracking about 250 million assets every single day. You know, so you forward, so it's just, but I did it in a way that weaponized. You know, they could look at the total cost of ownership. Next thing you know, the manufacturers are really interested in what I'm doing because I could prove to them that, you know, here's 6 million pieces of equipment that are in an early life failure mode. And so next thing you know, I'm drug into quality engineering. So I developed lots of programs and befriended lots of great people, made a lot of heroes out of a lot of people, saved millions and millions of dollars for these big companies. And then, you know, just kept cruising. One of the gentlemen I worked with named Rob Marcellus, he was always the first adopters to my ideas, and he would just crush it. So finally, he was just like, you know what, I want to come work with you. That happened. And that's how I got into cannabis. So I got the call from Rob. It's like, listen, my brother-in-law has this farm out here in Oklahoma. He goes, could you do what you did in the communications world to cannabis? And I'm just like, well, shit, man, let's try it. So 2 years, we created some of the most batshit crazy data modeling, AI future-proofed. And I got introduced to Drew, immediately fell in love with his innovative spirit, his entrepreneurial acumen. And he's also just a really cool, chill dude. I mean, he leads a lot of people, right? And he does that with grace. He does that with honor. He just gets so many things right that he probably takes for granted. But I saw just the culture to work with him, and we've been working at risk now on this thing. I mean, I've been funding the thing with my dev team, but you know, he shows up 2 or 3 times a week. We talk 4 or 5 times a week, and we've just been married to this passion project. And now it's done. It's done. And that's why we're kind of here, just kind of let the world know that what we've been doing quietly behind the scenes. You know, meanwhile, you know, we're creating our own brand, and we're looking to get our own farm in Minnesota here. So all of this is one big plan, but it's starting to come together. So yeah, that's how I'm involved with all this.
Yeah, he's well, I'm gonna rope Michael into the whole rodeo we've all been riding for a while. We're pretty deep into getting a farm going in Minnesota that we're doing. My buddy Travis that I knew from the mountains Colorado was my neighbor up there, and yeah, we're gonna make it happen. So Mike's gonna be our partner in that venture as well. So that's been exciting journey, but he's about to be right up in the middle of it.
Well, Michael, how did you come to cannabis originally? Were you ever a user of cannabis, or did you just come through it via technology?
Just really technology. I think, you know, being out here in California, you know, we got amazing parties, and people will bring in the gummies and that kind of stuff. Never smoked, right? Yeah, I'm a long distance athlete, so anything going into my lungs just terrifies me. You know, it just doesn't feel natural. Drew says he's going to break that habit, but you know, I've done the gummies, and I think I've had an experience or two, but probably nothing as profound, right, as what I know the Drew experience is. Because you know, I go to MJ BizCon with them, and you know, I drive them to Buca for, you know, a 20,000 calorie meal, you know, after the convention, and I see how chill and how much they enjoy it. But yeah, I've just never looked for that one more thing, if that makes sense.
Well, it's there for you when you need it.
There you go. There you go. My mind is open. Always will be.
Yeah. That is too bad, Lethal Speed. It is too bad. It's definitely a part that makes you wonder why they don't take better care of their veterans in the US. But somehow, something to do with war, veterans, camaraderie, a certain percentage of veterans come back with this highly tuned empathy for their fellow brothers and sisters and just endlessly make sure they have their backs. So I definitely see that as a pattern.
real deal.
I'm not sure where that's coming from, but
It comes from, I think, a great deal of, well, for me, it comes from shame and killing people. Nothing teaches you peace like war.
yeah.
Once you've
Empathy.
experienced it, and once you've seen even the most gung-ho motherfucker, when you're sitting there on the front lines, is terrified. They're scared shitless. I've watched more men who were not cigarette smokers turn into cigarette smokers in a very quick turnaround time, because you go from, oh, shit's cool, to, oh, shit, I could be dead next week. And that becomes a reality when you're definitely on the front lines. And then when you're in the shit, it's just a series of just trying to stay alive. You go through a great deal of training. In fact, my training was harder than my combat. And that's why they train us so hard, is because when you get to combat, it has to be a natural flow state. So the same way that you're with grows, we are with what we did in the military, but you do that with a whole bunch of people.
Yeah.
And you go through that together, and you come out of that. And why it's a brotherhood and a sisterhood is because you come through something together that you don't experience with your friends or family. And you hope to never have your friends and family. And if your friends, if you're watching this, your friends and family have gone through that, I'm sorry, you don't deserve that. That Jesus Christ, that's fucked up. But at the same time, we veterans, we have to figure out how to navigate the realities of killing people, of killing men, women, and children. And you see that carnage. I physically sat there and ate right next to body parts I couldn't identify. And that's fucking ugly, heinous shit. And once you've seen that and you've been in that, you don't want anybody to experience that. If you're an empathetic human, you don't want to put your child through that. You wouldn't want to put your friend through that. So when you survive that, it's hard to explain that. And that's why, again, I was so fucked up, because I went thinking I was fine when I came back to standing right next to my best friends, and I thought they were strangers. I fought for them to come back home to them, and I was looking right at them, and they were a complete stranger to me. And now you have to navigate those feelings and emotions and that disassociation and bringing your families back to life, because Terry Michael and I, back then, our life expectancy, especially in artillery, by Eastern European standards, was 90 seconds.
Yep.
90 seconds.
Yep.
That means we were to fire our first rounds and then be vaporized. Correct, gentlemen? I'm not incorrect in that statement, right? I just want everybody, they can't all see you on the screen. So that's a reality that, no one should have to feel, but we have to navigate those emotions. And not only that, our government doesn't help us with any of that. You're given kind of an outreach for help, but at that time, you just want to go home. You want to get away. You just want to be with your family. You want to get away from that uniform and what you had to do. And coming home from that is a whole series of messed up that we are not helped and guided through. And I'm very thankful I had my battle buddy had his aunt had a horse farm, and I was able to work on a horse farm after. Because I had a hard time caring about humans, and once you've killed people and dispatched them, it becomes a rush, and you see people who get addicted to the rush of killing people. I didn't like it. I felt great shame and great horror in killing fellow human beings. I say it openly and honestly, but I can, because this is 30 plus years down the line. I had a hard time saying that, because when I left, everybody said, hey, I hope you come back in one piece. And you know what they didn't prepare me for? When I came back and the first question off everybody's mind, 99% of people was, so did you kill anybody? They don't tell you how to deal with that one. You know, what do I have to say? Yes, every time? Do I just not answer? Do I just ignore it? Because now you confront me with, now when you say that, you don't understand that you triggered the faces of the people I've killed. They live in my memory. I see them before my eyes. I see their bodies, what's left of them. Because we were on artillery and we rolled through where we would destroy. And let me tell you, it's ugly. It smells awful. It smelled so bad, it shut off my sense of smell for nearly a decade. Okay.
It was a smell, that's for sure.
Yeah. And
I was
it's
7 Corps
unmistakable.
Maine. I was 7 Corps Maine. So we, we were the Hail Mary essentially. So very familiar. For some reason, I think, I don't know, maybe I got what I signed up for, right? It's, I just didn't expect the equipment to be so piss poor, right? I think that was the failing, because my training was there. I did everything right. But so everyone that doesn't know, the way it's called a mop suit, the way the mop suits work back then, they're so superior now, but it's basically a charcoal lined outfit. In fact, you know what I did? I took my mop suit, the BDU mop suit, and I got a big old Smart Grow. This is such a badass looking jacket, but a big old Smart Grow logo on it. It's probably the most fashionable Smart Grow jacket I ever have. But what happens is you break it out of the bag, so it's vacuum sealed. You put it on, and you immediately, of course, it's hot, it's humid. So what's happening? All that charcoal is being absorbed by your sweat. Okay. And that's the only thing that really makes it a mop suit work, because chemical hits that, of course, the charcoal absorbs it. And then you're immediately put into a casualty situation and you're backing away as fast as you can. So if you live in that mop suit and it's raining, you're digging, you're living in, literally foxholes. And this is about as stupid as cliche as you could possibly imagine. You're literally 3 feet underground with your buddy doing stand to, looking out the line in 2 feet of water, and and the alerts come in. There's absolutely, this time we know there's chemical agent. You're dead. So you go through that trauma. Or the worst time is I broke out brand new filters for my gas mask, and this is where you put these things in, and they were concrete. These things were probably about 30 years old. And meanwhile, the deuce and a half was supposed to be the truck that told us that there was gas, or there was a gas attack. So this is like 3 o'clock in the morning. But there wasn't any air in the tank. So guys, you can't, it's an air horn. So we're hearing this crappy little horn, this beep, beep, beep. And then finally it would diminish because it didn't have enough air. So they had to run the truck for like 10 minutes. Meanwhile, it was a real gas attack. So I get all kitted up and I couldn't breathe because my freaking filters were basically concrete. So for about 4 hours, I had to learn to take 2 or 3 breaths a minute until finally the humidity kind of opened it up. But it was like 45 minutes. So I got buddies that do all kinds of stuff like scuba diving, and tell you what, man, when it comes to breathing, I really like breathing. Thank God I didn't have panic attacks or anything. For some reason, I processed everything really well. And that's why I think I'm really hell bent to, I would love to help you guys, in any way I can with the veterans that are out there right now. Because I dodged all the mental bullets for whatever reason. I don't know why I did, but I did. But I do have friends that have, because I'm old enough now to have kids that could have gone to war and they're dying. They're killing themselves off like crazy right now. So that's a real stat, man. That's real. And I think I'm not even going to compare the situation I was put in to the dudes that went to like Afghanistan and Iraq. Those guys are just a whole nother level of just freaking hurt and pain, man. I just can't even imagine.
Yeah,
So
I agree.
I salute those guys. And those are the guys that I think probably need a lot of help right now, from other veterans like us.
And that's what we're trying. That's why we're reaching those hands out, because
Yeah.
too many of our brothers and sisters come to us with just lost another one, just lost another one,
The
just
stats
lost
are,
another
it's a
one.
stat. It's a freaking stat, man. That's what it is now. It's just like, what, like 40, like 50,000 people dead in Vietnam, and how many are dying weekly right now? It's
Right.
like what, like 10,000 or something?
It's way too many.
Yeah.
But that's why we do these outreaches. This is why we try to educate others, especially our veterans, because there isn't that type of education and the VA doesn't have it. So that's why we've been very vocal about it. Our work, we were at the UN, we're working at the United Nations to try to stop. We got word this week another person was executed in Singapore for a drug deal. And we are finding a great voice at the international level, and a lot of the leaders and diplomats listen to us because of our experience, as well as our wish for peace. We worked with Ukraine last year and helped them with their medical cannabis laws, as well as their allowance for PTSD after. So the work's never done, gentlemen. And one of the things that we have found is working with other veterans and helping others helps us with our PTSD, because we're stepping out of ourselves and helping others feels good, and feeling good feels good. And we like feeling good. So, yeah, thank you for your service, Michael and Terry, and what you have done. And much respect, and thank you for stepping outside of self to also help fellow veterans as well. There's not enough of us doing this. My group is not a nonprofit. We're a working group, so we don't have dues, hierarchy, or a headquarters, because yeah, I just can't spend my days hunting money. It's just one of those things I just have a hard time doing. But strategizing, and if there's other veterans who are interested in working alongside of us, you can reach out to me, atn420@gmail.com, or Veterans Action Council at gmail.com, all one, Veterans Action Council at gmail.com. And we meet weekly. We're working groups, so we meet on Mondays and Wednesdays for 2 hours. And we're working on a series of FOIA requests right now. We put out a Freedom of Information Act request to the VA, and they came back with about 1,500 pages of some very interesting information about cannabis that we're going to be doing a series, about 10 articles on, from the Directive 1315, which allows veterans to talk with their doctors about it. We're actually going to be giving them praise because the VA has been educating their doctors about Directive 1315 and what that is, so that none of our veterans can be made to feel the shame that I was. Now, I was able to take that shame from being removed from the VA facilities, and I channeled them into the business I have, which is Berkeley Patients Group. We're the oldest medical cannabis dispensary in the United States. We're in our 26th year, going on 27, of providing cannabis directly to patients, and not waiting around for it.
Are you able to get, what kind of feedback do you get from your patients? Is that something you collect?
Oh, we've had various studies. The first study was done by Dr. Amanda Ryman out of Berkeley Patients Group, and that study was replicated around the world, specifically around alcohol use and cannabis. So we have opened our doors to various doctors and researchers because of the various types of patients that we have, from cancer and AIDS and pretty much every type of ailment. So by being and having a patient center and access, patients talk to each other and find what works, and find to narrow down what helps them, medically wise. Because what may work for me may not work for you. So helpful suggestions from others with similar medical conditions, such as, I have sleep interruptions, so I want to eat something to go back to sleep. Oh, well, I recommend this. Or, have you tried this?
So I think that's the extension of kind of like, so where we're at right now, maybe I should show like the quality planning. So we have the ability to take any genetic, right, and then wrap it with the recipe. Okay. But then after the fact, okay, we're going to end up with a product and we're expecting this product to have these properties. Okay. So through all the quality engineering, we're going to hit that, right? But then after the fact, right, that's where that feedback loop is like, it's really important, right? If we're expecting this drug, right, because that's what it is now, let's look at it as a drug to be prescribed for this effect, did it achieve the result?
Yep. And the result is what we're searching for, because it helps people arrive there and give them a goal. And having goals, especially when you're going through hard and tough times,
yep,
goals can mean the difference between life and death for some people.
Would you want to see what that looks like? The quality, what we've been working on for the last like 5 years?
I love looking at stuff. Show and tell.
Okay. All right, Drew, do you want to speak to some of this? Let me pull it back up here. Share. See if I'm in the right place here. Yeah, I think I am. Let's QRA up. This, I think, is something we should probably cover. So first, seed to sale compliance. Right. So we're fully integrated with metric across every single mandatory touch point. So again, it's kind of like a distraction, to be honest with you. Just think about, I mean, we know what we need to do to get the job done, but then, right, we do need to kiss the ring and make sure we have compliance. So by hyper focusing on this, we can now take it out of the equation and actually put you back into growing versus chasing your tail with federal compliance. So all this works via a phone app that every person on the farm uses, right? So we can track every single thing that's happening from serialization. And it's not draconian. We're not trying to be massive taskmasters here. What we're doing is simply harmonizing all of the labor efficiently. Okay. And if someone is struggling with their task and someone has gotten finished with their task sooner, it'll actually reroute them. Right. So it efficiently, again, it fosters kind of like a team mentality. Right. But it does it organically. So it's pretty slick how it works. So we have routines. We can create custom routines, verify supplies, doesn't matter. All of that then goes onto a timeline for execution. So here's the actual timeline, all the various different crops from projection all the way down into finished good inventory. We can look detailed over time, right? And see what crops, when and where, all the way back through time. We can actually drill on a particular crop and actually look at its health. You know, if you claim you're going to do 2,000 plants, how many actually went to finished good inventory? We can, all of the work that gets generated, right, falls into a big long Pez dispenser. So you can actually have command and control across many farms and actually seeing all the wonderful people doing all the wonderful work efficiently. If something goes wrong, it's elevated to an alert. This includes any kind of alert, you know, like a potential fail to thrive alert. You know, in other words, there's a bunch of plants not getting watered, or the CO2 level went crazy, or the temperature went crazy, whatever. That block of work will actually go into an elevated state. So again, you can see it, making sure it's being executed and mitigated. Then finally, at the very top tier, We have all the seed to sale and compliance. So if something bad is happening down below, eventually there we have to confirm, we have to close the loop, right, and make sure that we actually solve the problem, or we're validating compliance moves, you know, with the seed to sale software, right? And then kind of like back here, it's just kind of like the SOP itself, right? And I think one thing we should talk about, if it's relevant, we should talk about the captive insurance play on this too a little bit. But you know, the whole thing here is you come up with a quality plan, and this quality plan is all of the phases. It's all of the metrics. So really, only thing you need to do to then execute is you need to choose your strains, you need to choose your room, and when you actually want to, when you want that harvest to be done, right? So we allow you to target a result. So maybe it's wet weight, right? Or maybe it's harvest. So if I want to harvest on this particular day, it's going to backfill everything for you. It's going to generate all of the work for you. It's going to generate all the commodities required for you. And it's even going to post that in the marketplace. So here's all the various different metric plans. Here's all the various different strains, you name it, all the various different phases and routines. So it really is just a very structured way to just do a lot of work with a very little effort.
I like the accountability part of it, being able to track back where mistakes were made, how long they were made for, how, you know, like just the accountability aspect of like, let's just
quicker learning, right?
With cannabis, it's so easy to fuck it up. You can do everything right for 2 months and then just have a mild 4 or 5 day fuckery and affect everything
go out
in a big way. Yeah,
fans
you
go
know.
out, you know.
It would be neat to be able to buy
Timer goes
cannabis
out.
with the metrics attached to how it was grown. Like, you know how you can do a Carfax on your used car and find out how many accidents it's been in? It'd be pretty cool if, like, you know, people had problems with their crops. Well, maybe that crop shouldn't be sold for the same price as the product usually does. Maybe there's an information data point in there that says, oh, you know what? Like we had the lights kind of turned off for 4 days on this particular crop. It was a little bit of affected things a little bit. It's being sold a little bit cheaper. Be interesting information to know.
It's also just risk. So if you can, I think that's the other thing that we wanted to attack is, okay, so we know shit happens. Okay, cool. But now how do we mitigate that, right? So if we know typically we're going to blow up 2,000 plants a year, you know, that fail to thrive, we actually have a strategy to help mitigate what that looks like, at least domestically here in the United States. We came up with an insurance company, and we basically implement something called captive insurance. So what that is I would set up an insurance company. In fact, we'll do it for our grow, and I'll look at all the risk, all those paper cuts you were talking about, right? And then we'll go to an actuary and say, hey, this is all the crap that could happen in my farm. What is insurable? And he'll turn around and say, okay, well, you have $2.5 million of risk, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to set up an insurance policy based off of that validated risk profile. And now it's my job now as the cultivator. I'm going to take my revenue and now I need to fund my captive. Okay, so what's happening is two things. Number one, all my revenue is going into the captive that I own. So, and then that captive that my insurance company bills my business for that policy. So guess what's not on my balance sheet anymore? Revenue. I'm pretty sure you guys can connect the dots when that happens. So if there's no revenue, it can't be taxed. Right? It's all up inside the captive. Now that it's in the captive, if there is a fail to thrive, right? If you lose somebody, or if a piece of equipment goes out, it's actually that money comes back down before it's taxed, right? Because you're now paying off that asset, or you're covering that loss dollar for dollar. So
wow. It's like you're putting the plants in an LLC and they're protected from being sued.
It's
Yeah, exactly. And like the system's automating those things that happen, right? So let's just say consistently a low water event has shown to decrease your yield by 10%, right? We see that event happen, we can actually monetize that event, and and the system does an automated claim against that event, for a provable amount.
If said insurance company would accept said situation. I know you did it as its own hypothetical, which is, a great to, that's a great addition, especially to those legal producers, because as we know, it's called farming, not harvesting, right? So, there's all kinds of things that can happen all on the way to the finished product, not to mention all the fucked up shit that can happen with your finished product, until it actually is a product going out the door. So it's a whole series of challenges that these legal markets have opened up that, eventually insurance companies are going to play by, because these will, I guess in Canada, they're a real agricultural crop, whereas here in America, that's not the case yet. It will be in a matter of time, but this type of forward thinking is helpful because, as I've told people, there's no songs about farming, only laments, because farming's hard, and there's no guaranteed success. And with cannabis, and once you've grown cannabis enough and you've grown it enough times, the chances of successes all depend on the little things, right?
Yep. Yeah, we're talking with some serious players in the insurance industry now, and we're working on an idea. It's called captive as a deductible. So in other words, imagine that first layer. So it's like anything else. If you get a $500 deductible on your car, your insurance is going to cost this much. If it's $2,000 catastrophic, your insurance is going to cost this much. So if we put a captive insurance as that very first layer and then rise that up, then suddenly the bigger umbrella insurance is a lot more cost effective, right? Is that jiving?
Totally.
So really good ideas right now. Discussions are happening, and we'll see if the bigger insurance companies will step in the ring with us. If that happens, again, that's just the sixth pillar to what we're offering here. This is an end-to-end platform, from a buying union to a future selling market.
Wild. Aggregate the data.
Will this have regional distribution centers and stuff like that all input? So it's all pretty much a one-stop shop?
Yeah. And that was one of my targets when we started putting this thing together, right? Is we have so many different software platforms that we have to use in order to get the job done. Everything's a different program, a different subscription. Let alone most of those tools aren't very well built, or for the user, most of the stuff is to support the state.
So it's metric compatible?
Yep. So having everything in one place, and having all those requirements all be stored together, right? It eliminates duplicate entries. I have to enter the number here for this reason, and I have to enter it over here for another reason. Having all of that stuff aligned is a huge benefit.
So
Yeah.
every thing that metric demands you do happens seamlessly, because we integrate the phone app integrates with metric directly from the floor. So we advise you don't even ever touch metric again, even through transfer manifest. we're using something called RPA, which stands for robotic process automation. So in our world, you fill out the transfer manifest in our world, and then you actually open up metric, and then it transcribes it in real time to the transfer manifest, right? And creates it for you. So nothing's been not worked through and thought through and burned in when it comes to seed to sale.
So how does my business or any other business who is interested in this technology find you?
Talk to Tim, Thomas, Terry.
Adco.com.
Say that again.
So it's T3ag.com. We're the sales arm of the AI program. So we're going to be handling all the demos and all that stuff for Smart Grow.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting how this whole thing came together. I was reluctantly not going to go to MJ Biz, but all of a sudden I got a ticket. I had a place to stay. I met Terry and Tim. We hung out with Drew. We all started talking, and I'm always looking for a consistent income flow. And we thought, man, we know enough people, along with Drew's technology, that we can create a group where we have proven components, whether it be lights, AI systems, cocoa, organic, fertilizers, the whole thing from any kind of business. We can take any cannabis business from where they are to a better state. And this was all due to economics, and us just happened to be there all at the same time. And we've been on constant calls every week or every couple of weeks for the last few months, pulling it all together. And, for me, I'm a full organic guy, but I'm always willing to learn. Same with computers. Back in the day, we used to just go put our finger in the air and travel 300 miles into Baja, hoping that there was waves. But even in the DOS days of computers back in the 80s, in the early 90s, we could start to track it. NOAA had their pixelated maps that would go up, and we knew that it took X amount of days to get to this spot in Mexico from the northern hemisphere, from Alaska, up in that area, these storms. And then the same for the southern hemisphere. We could plan out trips to some sort of accuracy. We figured that. So I've always been open to new technology. Once you pull the genie out of the bottle, it's impossible to put it back. Same thing has happened with cannabis, and same thing has happened with AI. So I kind of embraced AI. It's helped me out in a lot of different ways of keeping track of things, organizing things. So
Your
it
mic
made a lot of
is
sense.
cutting out a tiny little bit. Not cutting out completely,
Okay.
but it just sounds like your voice is getting quieter. I was able to hear what you were saying, and I'm sure everyone else was, but
Okay,
just be
I think
mindful.
I think I'm in my car. I'm at the gray area in Portland. They have a little Sunday market that I attend, slinging my rolling papers. But
Nice.
so I met these guys, and we've been meeting and pulling together, and along with the hippos and their genetics. And Tim will talk a little bit about their genetics and how he's working with a tissue culture lab, and they're cleaning up their genetics, and they're going to be sending out clones. So, if you guys need you're going to get in touch with us if you want to learn more about Smart Grow, and we have a bunch of other options too. So I'm going to hand the mic to Tim and let him talk a little bit about the different equipment that he's brought in, and we can go from there, and the genetics and the Humble Hippos plan for getting good, clean genetics out there to everybody.
Yeah, we touched on it briefly. We teamed up with a group down in Florida. They're a 40-year-old tissue culture company, third generation, 180 acres. They supply Disneyland and Disney World with all their annuals and their flowers around the park. So they really know what they're doing. They've just stepped into cannabis. They brought our group in, as well as Harry Palms from Bloom Seed Company and John from Green Bodie. They want us to set up a Hall of Breeders type of program within their tissue culture company to shoot out clean genetics everywhere.
So mainly initiation, or also initiation and multiplication? Like, are they selling plantlets, or are they just initiating, cleaning the plants, making mothers, and then selling clones like in a nursery?
So yeah, what you would receive from us is a hermetically sealed clamshell with how many ever clones rooted in a Rockwell cube. So it's not babies in a tube, but they're rooted Rockwell cubes, super healthy.
So question though, are you multiplying them through tissue culture?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That's makes it harder. Like multiplication's one of the hard parts.
That's the slow part. So that's, we're building our library now. I think we're up to 50 or 60 that they're moving through. Then there's 20 more behind that and 20 more behind that. We kind of have to trickle them through. Yeah. But that is the slow portion, is them multiplying. He wants to get to 700. Once we get to 700, we're able to send those out, and he duplicates from there.
I worked with a tissue culture company for a little while with this guy, Dr. Shma Sabayed, who is a tissue culture scientist now for Segra. But prior to them, he worked for JTR Nurseries in Washington, and he did some bamboo IP, and I believe he was the one that created the dominant shoot IP for raspberries. And I got to spend a little time with him and go visit him in his lab and learn some things for him. And I definitely found I felt like at the end of it all, I was like, if I did tissue culture, I think I would just do the initiation part, like the first part of cleaning the plants out. So they got rid of the bacteria and the fungi and the viruses. But yeah, it was complicated. It's not just a simple thing. There's definitely, you can cause all sorts of chaos if you do it incorrectly, is what I really learned, in particular with hop latent viroid. It's cool that you guys are doing that. I love the way, as well as the easy to maintain a large population using like liquid nitrogen and having redundancy labs where they're being stored is much more inexpensive than keeping moms, that's for sure. But yeah, very cool. I like the idea too, obviously, of having a hall of breeders, as you said. For me, a hall of breeders would be, I'd love the hall of breeders, then I'd love the subtext of the full melt genetics, i.e. the genetics that can be expressed into a full melt hash, whether wet washed or dry sifted. I love that idea. Back about 25 years ago, I thought it was a good idea. I was going to start like a seed bank. I wasn't going to necessarily breed or grow, but I just was like, I'm making hash with all my friends' genetics. And when I hit one that's a full melter, I should be like, put it on a list. And I created a little list. And then I thought, fuck, this should be a company for people who want to wash. Way ahead of its time. There were very few washers around. But nowadays, also, right when I thought, okay, I even bought a stamp that was for like stamping envelopes at the end, and it was not embroidered, but embossed into the paper, like a texture that you could feel with your fingers that said full melt genetics. Well, that company never happened, and that was basically because we all got pretty freaked out right after the DEA showed up here and took Mark Emery away. That shit was like, what? Like, holy shit, did that just happen? It was legitimately pretty trippy, the way it panned out. And then obviously it took some years, but they eventually extradited him to the US to serve some years in a federal penitentiary for selling seeds. And I was just like, I'll just hold off on that idea. Like maybe just focus on the bags and some other things, but shout out to you guys for sure.
Genetics from Mark. Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Tell me that story.
Early 90s.
Fucking A.
94. We flew up.
So Hemp BC original on the other side of where everything is on the pot block today.
Yep.
Okay, that's OG. 94?
94.
Fuck, that's super OG, dude. I used to go there in 94. That's before I moved to BC. That's when Hillary Black and Shell worked behind the counter, and Jeremy. They were I still know those people that worked for Mark originally. And then there was his manager, Dana, this dreadlocked girl. But that's so cool that you went there. You went personally or had buddies
Went
go?
personally, flew up because back then you couldn't get seeds unless you shipped it over to Europe, and then you had to sit there. Well, I wanted a large stock of seeds, and I wasn't about to spend that kind of money.
Yeah.
I wanted them put in my hand. I wanted to sit down with the person. Mark had a huge catalog that we went through, and I told him what I was looking for, and I agreed with every recommendation up till Big Bud. He sold me Big Bud, and I wish I'd have never bought Big Bud.
Okay, no shit. That's hilarious. But hey, if he missed on one and nailed it on
That's
a bunch
right.
of others,
You live, you learn, right?
He nailed the others. Yep.
You know, the bottom line is people don't really understand because, you know, you bring up that guy's name and people have all sorts of different things they want to say nowadays. But back then, there just weren't a lot of people willing to put their money where their mouth is in a place that, like, you know, people could say, oh, Vancouver was so cool, they just let it go. It's like, well, no, listen, nobody knew how cool it was until Mark started pushing so hard in all directions, just pushing the boundaries to the point where it was like, holy shit, like,
well, they prosecuted for high times, right? And that's why he started his own magazine, because of the whole freedom of speech thing, because, you know, they were totally not even allowing that discussion to happen in Canada.
Yeah,
so
well, he did the book thing, I believe, was his second foray in civil disobedience.
Right.
And I could be wrong. His first was when they would go on strike in Ontario, in Toronto. The garbage men would go on strike, and Mark just thought that was absurd. So he would like rent trucks and hire people and just have the garbage be picked up. And people were like, the truckers themselves were like super upset about it, like scabs, like. And Mark was just like, it's dangerous. You can't just leave the garbage out. Like, people will get sick. Like, it's a health thing. It's not, you have to figure out a different. So that was kind of his first one. Then he did the bookshop and brought all the magazines, High Times being one, but many others that he wasn't supposed to sell, right? They were on the list of like, oh, you're not allowed to sell that. And he's like, you can't tell me what books I can and can't sell. But when he came and did the seeds, and everyone can have an opinion on Mark, and I'm not here to share mine or really hear about others, but I am here to say what he was doing was unbelievable. It really was an unbelievable thing. And how many people from all over the world came to buy those seeds? So many, it really brought the community of people who were making seeds together, because you just had no idea. And then Mark also was very much like, you know, the people who preceded him. He would always tell people it's not that hard. Like, you could make seeds. Here, I'll give you some seeds, you know, take a female of this and a male of this and put them together. And, you know, within probably a year or two, once again, he would be better to announce this than I. He probably had people that had never grown seeds before now growing seeds. So, you know, whether that was a dangerous gamble or whether it worked out, he made seeds available for a lot of people for a pretty decent amount of time there. That was not, I just didn't see it. He was the equivalent of all of Amsterdam. You go to Amsterdam, you could meet all these different people, but in Vancouver, it was just Mark. Eventually it became others, and they all figured out, oh, if we set up shops around here, like, we'll sell seeds too. But for a good while, it was just Mark. It was absolutely bonkers. And I talked about it recently, how much of the money he was making back then. I mean, don't get me wrong. He would pay for people's court cases that were Americans that got busted, that bought seeds from him. He'd be like, oh, here's 10 grand or 20 grand or 30 grand. But also he funded the entire activism wing of cannabis in Vancouver. Like, it was all just like funded by, you know, Mark and the seed business. So it was kind of surreal to have that sort of caliber of a bar set because he was so successful selling seeds.
Well, he had a seed catalog with a little magazine attached.
Yeah, well, he did.
And that helped promote it, right? Because
Dude,
every head shop in the world would carry the magazine, and then they would see, oh, there's seeds in here.
Yeah, like 27 pages of seeds in the first
literally like 30
pages.
pages of just seeds, people. I mean, if you have not had it in your hand and looked at the sheer amount, he had everything, and then all kinds of new things you'd never heard of. So the curiosity of the cat, I don't know if the satisfaction brought it back, but there was a lot of curiosity because there were so many now new names and access. Because again, very limited back then, folks. There was only a few seed companies, and you physically, as Tim said, had to go there to get them, because, the SSSC and all that had all been busted and all that stuff. You was just doing nothing by mail. So, even myself, I've had to physically go to different countries and bring things back if I want them, because that's just how it's got to be. But Tim is speaking the truth there. The sheer expense of buying a whole bunch of seeds. I mean, you're talking, a couple $100 back then just for 5 or 6 seeds of something, much less a 10 pack or, and you have to buy in bulk. You can see how that quickly means that, you're just buying a few and you're going to have to come back and make mothers and then clone those and clone those, and that takes time and space as opposed to buying bulk, which, he became quickly. Mark became the quick bulk guy too, because the Dutch guys couldn't move bulk like that. Right, Marcus? I mean, on top of that, he was packaging and bringing in those seeds and shipping them all over the place. And that he was able to do that, everybody was like, how did he get away with that? How did he get away with it for so long? So do you think like the Canadian government just wasn't paying attention, or because a lot of seeds went out?
It just wasn't like, who fucking cares? We were growing hemp legally. We were like, we're Canada. Like, no one was paying enough attention to it. I'll tell you when it all really, the shit started hitting the fan was when the DEA had a big event here. Keep in mind, the DEA were investing money in Canada. They were buying gas and renting choppers, and for finding cannabis, for cannabis eradication programs. The DEA funded Canada for years with money they stole from Americans that they busted. And it was a vicious cycle. And they knew that lots of cannabis was being grown up here. I think at one point in time, it was kind of out of control, and they just couldn't control it anymore. And that's when the seeds really blew up, and tons of Americans in particular came up here, an enormous amount, to buy seeds. And those seeds were just millions and millions and millions of dollars. And that money, the way it flowed really like propped up the entire scene in Vancouver. It was amazing how hard it collapsed when Mark was extradited and sent to prison. It really was. I mean, don't get me wrong, Jody did a great job. She kept cannabis culture alive with Jeremiah and Tia and the rest of the team. And they all had a play in it, but it was just nothing compared to when Mark was balling hard. I mean, imagine you go to your PO box and there's 50 G's worth of money orders just stuffed into it, and it's just overnight,
Okay.
And that's not even to talk about guys like Tim who went up there and dropped G's just in a sitting, like just like pop, like right on the table, wabwamo. Like so many people. It was I mean, when they busted him, they said that he had that his seeds grew 1 million pounds of cannabis, which was nerve-wracking because that's the amount of cannabis that it's in the kingpin law. That's the one that you can be executed for cannabis if you've sold like 1 million pounds, right? It's for like cartels and stuff. The law was supposed to be being passed for, but
60,000 plants in the United States.
Wow.
Which is less than an acre, right?
60,000 plants.
Yeah, you're talking about a million per square, if you're growing 300, 400 per square meter, you grow, a full hectare of stuff, you're well over that limit.
Wow. Grow about 1,500 kilos per acre of cannabis here. So if you wanted to grow 1 million pounds, it would be some acres.
I grow about 72,000 cannabis plants a year.
On what's the like footage, the canopy size that's taking up, and how many flowering periods?
So it's about 13,000 square feet of production canopy. There's some
It's like a quarter acre.
It's indoor.
Yeah, but it's still a quarter acre of space.
Right. But yeah, 2,000 plants every 10 days. We pull about 36 a year.
That's a fair amount.
But it's crazy, you know, like that's well into that number of plants.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. One of the groups I work with in Quebec has a monster indoor facility. They have like I think they have, I want to say it's around 150,000 plants right now in the one grow. And they have greenhouse ceilings, even though it's an indoor facility with blackout, but they also have metal halide and high pressure sodium and LED. So they're just like, we just have everything.
Every kind of light,
just covering all of the everything. I'm like, hey, whatever you're doing, there's a million different ways to do it to grow great resin. And that's kind of that's kind of the mission. I think as companies fall to the wayside of collapsing and going bankrupt because they didn't figure out the way to execute things properly, the ones that are left behind, which I think we're catching up to that time, at least here in Canada, which is a fairly mature federally legal market. I think it's been federally legal since 2017 or something recreationally here in Canada, and medically for many, many more years. But really, no matter what, like if you're in the medical market and then recreational becomes available to you, like a mass amount of those companies migrate over to recreational because it is really hard to deny if you're in business to do business. If you're in business to help, truly help, you'll always make less. It's just the joy of integrity. The more you have of it, the less profit you get. It must be that money is connected to evil or something. I'm not sure. I don't know the answers. I just do know that the higher the integrity you put into things, I guess that's the trick. Trying to put the highest level of integrity into something and still making it so you don't have to pay for it out of pocket. You guys feel that a little bit sometimes with technology, or even your own inventions, or even your own methods that you choose to do, that sometimes it's like for instance, I had a cafe. Before I had a cafe, I had a gallery, and I had the vapor bar, and it was cool. And I was like, oh, I want to put a little restaurant type of food thing in. And my buddy was like, well, what are you going to do, man? You're going to do the Coca-Cola and the chips, like what we've always gotten in the weed world, just like give us the lowest caliber bunk fucking shit food, or what are you going to do? And I was like, I took it as a challenge. I was like, no, actually, I'm going to do an all raw, vegan, organic, macrobiotically grown cafe, which I did. And let me tell you, it was of the highest integrity and of the lowest profit. It's not like I didn't have my regulars, and it's not like people didn't want to come in, and you got high off the food. Like truly, people that weren't used to eating raw, vegan, organic food were literally getting high off of it. And it was exceptional food. I had a great chef come in and design the menu, and there was like 7-layer lasagna, and
they
it
were
was
just
good.
Extra gassy, right? Yeah.
Not really. It was exceptional, man. I mean, I'm telling you, it was great fucking food, but it was just such high integrity that it was like, the place next door just selling Cokes and donuts and like is still there
it's
today.
Real nutrition being absorbed by the body, which can be a high if your body is not used to having that, if you've been sustaining it on the Coca-Cola and that
I don't know. I just feel like humanity's nature is to consume bunk at a high level. Like I saw Bill Burr talking about it, the comedian. He had a whole thing on the basketball and why the women's basketball players weren't being paid the same amount as the men because they didn't have. He said, listen, all you women, that you 28 million women a week that are watching the Kardashians, if you just switched over and watched the WNBA, like they would blow up, they would be getting paid more. So it's like the same thing. Like we just can't not consume. Like, it's like, sure, it would probably be better to watch a bunch of women working together to achieve a goal at a sports game than like a bunch of women tear down themselves and others and produce the most inauthentic. But there it is. Like there's more McDonald's than there are raw, vegan, organic cafes. So I guess it is what it is. I don't try to judge it. I just notice it show up in everything, that whatever that dichotomy is. I mean, it showed up in here earlier, right away, when you guys were talking about the AI and the methodologies and you could tell Josh was just like, this is not the reality I'm trying to promote. It's like, well, that's okay, dude. Like, you can promote whatever reality you like. It is the reality we're talking about here on Hash Church today, however. But there's always, there's always this sort of.
Well, there's always fear around new tools, right? You know, how do you work the
Yeah.
tool? How do you maximize the tool,
Yeah.
right? And we've been, I mean, come on. I mean, science fiction and all that we've grown up has been based off of look at this AI and keep an eye on it because, you know, they've given us more than enough ample examples of how it's going to fucking destroy us. But you're showing us other things and how it can actually help us and be a useful tool as opposed to be, you know, used to it's going to turn your garden against you and it's going to attack you when you go in there. And no. This is basically helping, you know, with all the little things. And as gardeners know, it's a lot of little things. And if you miss one little thing, it can fuck up the whole program. You know, it's like if anybody ran aquaponics, right? You're basically running a Ferrari all the time at high end. And if, you know, one pump goes out, oh, it's a whole series of cascading realities that, you know, depending on method and methodologies, as well as, you know, as people have industrialized, they've gone towards more industrial, you know, productions, but still trying to, because they have to do that industrial agriculturally, it doesn't mean that's what's happening necessarily to the plant in itself. So, I look at everything in any type of new technology with a sort of skepticism, but it's just a growing tool, people. It's just helping you be better so that, what is one thing a lot of my patients complain about? Oh, I can't get access to this particular genetic. Why? Because people have a hard time growing it. Well, if you're able to know how to optimize something, and make it better, then it's only going to make the outcome even better so that you get better quality product. I get better quality hash. And most importantly, those genetics that people can't grow now have a tool to help them depending on the environment. Because as every grow room is different too. And it takes on average, and it takes on average of 2 years to dial in a grow room, right? This technology will help you accelerate that learning curve potentially, question mark?
Absolutely. It's cliche, but really what we're doing is we're looking for truth. That's all it comes down to. But fine, after you get the truth, what do you do with it, right? So go back to a standard quality engineering right now and just look at like the washing machine. That's a perfect example to where you have planned obsolescence now in washing machines. Your washing machine now will cost you 10 times as much and last maybe one tenth of its life cycle. Why did that happen? Because they found the truth, but then they weaponized it against the customer. So you see, it's just a tool. But once you find the truth, it's still going to be in your hands what you do with it. You want yield? You want shitty weed and yield? You can do that, right? You can do that. Or do you want to listen to your customers? Like if you have a true service heart, because that's why I was asking you about, what's the feedback with the customers? Because that's the true extension, because those are the people that we need to touch.
Oh, well, in California, they're frustrated and angry because they're getting mass-produced products that's over-oxygenated
That's right.
and graded on the shelf that's been sitting there, as opposed to what they were getting, which is fresh terpene, small batch connoisseur grade cannabis. And now they're inundated with product that doesn't have nitrogen and argon, stabilizing the gas inside. So therefore, no matter what's happening due to bulk grows, you've got mass sitting in packages sitting on the shelves, right? So that's a degradation problem due to the public no longer trusting the product that's coming out from the producers. So, there's some of that going on top of the lack of quality CBD products, right? Because all the CBD products are in the illegal slash world, whereas the patients that were relying on these types of medicines have to go to the gas station to get them because they can't get them at the dispensaries because it's not profitable to grow, it's not easy to grow, and therefore it's not accessible. And limited productions in a state like Louisiana, which only has, companies like LSU and Southern growing their product, then you have even a further limited availability, and then a quality of grow issue because the product that I've seen looks to be being harvested at 6.5 weeks, and the high doesn't last, as opposed to a quality product that would be 8 to 10 weeks full expression. And, these are manipulations done by states and closed loop systems in these 10th Amendment realities that are causing frustrations, as well as still driving, cannabis migratory situations, because people can't find what they want. So they have to go into other states, like when Colorado turned legal, because they can't get the proper access that they need. So it's a consistency across the country issue, which is unfortunately due to these 10th Amendment realities, and some are more limited than others. Here in California, we have a very robust market that has collapsed in on itself due to overtaxation, overregulation, and then as I stated earlier, large scale production. Whereas, they can go to their local, corner for person and score a fresh terpene plant, that's been harvested within the last month. No, it hasn't been tested. No, it hasn't been tested for pesticides and herbicides, but, the consumer is willing to take that risk, apparently. And the legal market has left to those frustrations. So, your question, very complex depending on where you are and what you're dealing with. Mine is a little more complex here in California, and I yell about it so that people can understand our fuck ups and not make the same mistakes that we made through overtaxation, overregulation, and overproduction of a whole bunch of mid-grade, low-grade crap that consumers don't want. It looks great to investors and for production, but doesn't ring true with the consumer, and the consumer has chosen. That's why one out of 3 people go to the traditional market as opposed to the legal market.
Right. I mean, I have a theory. I was in the rec market up here in Washington for 6 years and rode that roller coaster. And I don't understand why these new states can't look back at what Washington and Colorado and California and everybody else fucked up, because they regulate the shit out of our industry. They regulate every end of it except for taking care of the farmer, right? When we started in Washington, it was an unspoken 30, 30, 30, 30% to the store, 30% to the state, 30% to the farmer. And they regulate the shit out of whether they're getting their money or not. What they don't regulate is they don't go into that store, into the rec store, and say, hey, I see you have an eighth here for $30. Show me where you paid that farmer $10 for it. They don't regulate that. So what that farmer gets is kicked in the nuts. He gets paid $2 for that eighth that they're selling for 30. And now he can't afford better inputs next year. He can't afford better strains next year. So his quality decreases year by year because you make less and less money. This is the only industry I've ever seen where our input costs go up and the price of our product goes down consistently. So that's what I see this AI being, is a bridge between that, where we can get the quality, we can get the efficiencies, and we can compete in a market, because that's what we're doing. Is when that farmer keeps putting out more and more shit, you're driving those customers to the black market. They'll go down the street to their buddy that grows in his basement. He'll sell them a zip of good weed for $100. They're not going to go into a store and pay $60 for an eighth, where 40% of it's going to tax. And none of the other states look around and see that as an issue. But, you know, again, this is the US. We don't take care of our farmers. That's, I think, the problem.
Yeah, what a bummer. You know, it really is unfortunate that it plays out that way, because it really doesn't make much sense. I also saw a similar thing as not being the farmer, but being the processor in Canada here. The amount of taxes and regulations I have to follow in order to get product and get it out to market. And, you know, it was, if that farm did their job, then the brand could shine. And if they didn't, then the brand couldn't. So there was also this accountability of, were the inputs worthy of the brand that they're getting put under? Because if it was realistically regulated, you could have a couple of blips and get past it. But here it's like, it's so tight and the margin's so small that people force things through, even when, you know they maybe shouldn't, but they're just like, fuck, this is like, I'll just be bankrupt otherwise. Like, it's not like I'm trying to be shady, but it's like the market creates these crazy situations where it really squeezes people. To me, I try to see the positive in most things. So when I look at this, I'm like, oh, if this is something that could open up the margin for smaller craft markets as well as giant MSOs, well, then it has to be a good thing. You know, it has to be at least worth exploring and checking out. And like Adam said earlier, and it was a great answer that he gave, because of course I completely forgot about his son and how much he's into computers and AI and all a deep understanding of all of this stuff, that's where his foundation came from. You know, it's like, guess what, dude, this is coming, whether you like it or not. It's like, you can be the NASA laughing at Elon going, ha, 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 you cannot re-land rockets. Or you can be all the giant car companies laughing at Elon and being like, oh yeah, good luck with your little electric car project. His car company is now worth more than all of their companies combined. Like, holy shit. Like, it's absolutely insane, you know, like to try and bet against it is like, listen, like, at least if you have worries, maybe get involved and help steer it. Or if you really don't like it, then, you know, totally avoid it and live on a farm that has no sensors and do your thing that way. That's cool too. But don't get in the way of it. You know, don't preach that it's not worth exploring when you yourself haven't explored it at all. Or even if you yourself have explored something, I try not to say, oh, don't go over there, I already looked over there. It's like, really? Because it's like, different realities, different perspectives can see different things. You know, it's kind of one of the reasons why, as I got older, I would stop socially poisoning the people or the person that I had terrible business fallings out with, because I could be mature enough to be like, fuck, I might be the reason that happened. So I shouldn't go around and tell people, don't work with that guy, man. He's a terrible person to work with, because maybe they do great work with him. Perfect example, my manufacturer for bubble bags. Sorry, Mark, but a lot of people told me not to work with you. A lot of people told me not to work with him. And we did great business together, like so much business, all the bubble bags, like so many sets of bubble bags all around the world, making hash to this day. Thanks to the fact that Mark and I did some business, thanks to the fact that I didn't listen to someone's social poisoning. We kind of do it as I don't know, maybe it's also another part of our pettiness. It comes out in our human nature, but yeah, best to get behind things and support them and find the positive in them. And this is not going away. So we might as well learn about it and look at it. And, you know, the folks like yourself, Michael, and Drew, and who are already 3, 4, 5 years down the road, like, you know, and I hear people in the chat, oh, this will be completely, you know, it won't even exist in 2 years. Things will be so different. It's like, yeah, but these guys will be on that new thing faster than anyone else, because the old thing brings them to the new thing. It's just a cycle of information that comes and goes. And when, you know, I suspect what we know as AI 5 years from now will be very different. We'll probably laugh at what we're doing today. Yep. But these are the early steps, you know, the early adapters, the ones who are willing to pioneer. And I appreciate you guys for that.
That's it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's awesome. I actually been a fan of Hash Church for a while. I remember me and my homies would get together on the weekend in the morning and smoke dabs and talk about our farms and watch a episode of Hash Church. I actually, way back in the day, graduated from trimming weed by washing all the material as it was getting trimmed, and you know, early 2000s using bubble bags up in the mountains. We'd start out like with a drill and a whip, ended up, you know, getting real cold and easy, gentle extractions, and all of a sudden I didn't have to trim weed anymore. That was pretty sweet. So, big fan.
From trimmigrant to washer.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Can you
So
hear
many
me?
cool old bubble bag stories. I'd love to do a documentary one day on all these different people telling me their origin stories of the bags, because you know, I had a feeling you guys were all out there, but in the early days I didn't know. I had really no idea. I just thought, I'll make this product, I'll put it out there, I'll try to explain it, and we'll see how many people can find it relatable. My goodness, quite a few did.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Dr. Mark.
Okay, now
How
you
doing,
can hear
buddy?
me. Okay, I had to plug my microphone back in again.
That does help.
So truth is this type of machine learning and genetic algorithms have been with us for 30, almost 40 years now. Truth is, all of the supercomputing we're able to do now kind of reduces this now to a friendly user interface, right? Where you can go to Chat GPT and start writing a story with it, right? You know, I'm a college professor, so I'm in the business of real intelligence as opposed to artificial intelligence. And like you said, it is a tool, and if you overuse a tool, well, what was that saying, right? If the only tool you have is a hammer,
everything's a nail.
Everything looks like a nail, right? And isn't it true that if you overuse a tool, it becomes a crutch, and now you see the world through, you know, what the tool can do. I think harvesting this information, especially in a business environment, is just really, really important, because you're always looking for inefficiencies in any manufacturing process, right?
Yeah.
And Michael, you probably know in spades this Six Sigma process, right, which is a statistical algorithm that's basically put in place to reduce uncertainty and inefficiencies in manufacturing processes. And like if your scale only reads to 1 decimal point, wow, now you're giving away 2 decimal points worth of product every time you weigh stuff, right? And so there's always ways that you could sort of tighten the ship up and making it more efficient. And I guess the feeling with, I guess, some tools like that and the implementation of some tools is that can be viewed as being, well, you're taking away people's jobs, right? You're letting a machine or a computer algorithm make a decision that normally a paid employee sitting in front of a computer terminal would hit either yes or no, right? But I think that, like, most creative environments that are using AI for enhancement of the creative process, like writing a story or writing, like, you know, like when I grade reports, I could obviously, when I'm looking at like what a student has written, like when you're writing, there's a logical flow of ideas, right? Sometimes you don't usually get that in an AI output. So like if you're writing something and you ask the computer for, hey, I want to take this sentence and maybe add more fluff to it, right? It still needs a human to kind of put it into human context, right? So I can tell if one of my students turns in a report and it's just just cut and pasted out of AI, it's really fragmented. Like it it doesn't flow like the human brain does. Like when the human brain flows down a path of thought, there's kind of like an order to that. With AI, it's kind of like all just jumbled there, and you could just cut and paste it, and it sounds really good, and maybe you could do AI on top of AI. But eventually, you need a human. Like I always said about the smartphone, right? It's like smartphone, dumb human equals dumb output, right? It's like you have to be a smart person with a smartphone, and then you could really get, the power of having internet in your pocket, But like maybe the question for you, Michael, is like, do you get pushback from people's misconceptions about AI? So a lot of people are talking about AI in the news, right? And I guess again, there's a general knee-jerk action that people feel that it's going to be taking jobs away. Like, I'm going to go to the Taco Bell someday, and it's going to be a robot that's not only going to take my order, the robot's going to make my taco, the robot's going to spit me out my change, right? Everything's going to be done without interacting with the human at all. So, Michael, like, how do you, when you bring this technology, which is a platform, an enabling platform to a business, how do you deal with the pushback that most of the people think about when they think about AI and how it could be taking jobs away from people?
Well, I mean, this is something that I've been dealing with for the last 25 years, though. AI is just the new name for it, so I would right. Right. So I mean, I was making some pretty sophisticated, they were algorithmic processes. They're algorithmic. Right? You dial up your quantitative method and you come up with a solution, right? And then you wrap that solution in an algorithm, and then you try to predict it. So that was me in 2005.
Right.
Okay. But then I would prescribe, I would say, hey guys, let's replay the past. If this is the bad thing that happened, let's play that through history. And then I'll tell you that this thing cost you $51 million. So guess what? Let's keep doing this bad thing, or let me predict it for you. Find the things that are making it true. We correct it. So you see, what I'm bringing to the table is nothing but truth. It's that so AI, or machine learning, as you correctly pointed out. So instead of an algorithm, because this is what really happened. I had a program that ran for 10 years, and we ran it, and the law of diminished returns happened. What does that mean, guys? In other words, you have a cup of coffee, and your job is to scrape all the cream off. It's really easy to get the cream off, but eventually you're going to run out of cream. So to get it takes more effort to get further down into that cup than it's worth. You've reached the law of diminished returns. Is that jiving with everyone?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now bring in this thing called machine learning. And I applied that. I said, okay, here's this thing I want you to predict, Mr. Machine Learners. And it put on another $20 million of savings, because it could think through complexities and things that a human mind just couldn't do. So that was 8 years ago when I was at that stage. Okay, so now that we're dealing with humanoid robotics. Okay, so it was about 10 years ago when I realized, and I created this thought. I created a thought. On the far left, you have tactical AI. You have basically something that starts and stops. There's always an outcome. And then over here, you have culture. Culture is our culture. It's how we've always done business. And what's happening now is AI is pushing further from tactical into now is to the point where it can reason, it can do a lot of things. So our culture is pushing back. So I'm just saying I'm acknowledging that. Okay. And so now here we are. And I'm coming out with a book called Attainable AI, and it's for leaders to understand that what we need is strategic AI to keep the tactical AIs essentially on track. And Drew was talking about this earlier today. He's talking about pathways, right? So if you look at any outcome, and let's say we could roll up every outcome that's ever existed when it comes to producing cannabis, what's the optimal pathway? Okay, so that's the stuff that we do. And we'll look at it. It's just like, okay, well, the commodities were the best price. We had the best crew. There was no F-ups along the way. We got it to market at a good time. In other words, here's the one example where we took 2% of the effort and got 20% of the result. So that's the work that I do in just my business world. But what I'll then do is just like, guess what, business owners and leaders, what do you think your ability to actually produce the optimal pathway is? Typically, it's maybe only 10%. It's pathetic. So now suddenly you see this is we're looking for truth. So don't be afraid of this technology. This technology is simply, now that I can tell you that this is the best you've ever done for this outcome, what are the big inequalities to help us attack the 90%? You see, so even then we'll still reach a diminished return. We still will, right? It won't be economically, but at that point we'll be in a 95% control state, right? And you will then have options to weaponize that truth. You can either get a little more yield if you want to, or you can do something a little bit different with new genetics. You see, but you're operating in a higher threshold of control, right? And that's going to give people a lot of options that we simply don't have today.
Right, but your model is only as good as the data on which it's built, right?
All day long.
I mean, right, and in that way, it's very similar to cannabis, right? Because cannabis is an outcome of all the inputs that go into it.
Did you see the model earlier that we put up by any chance?
I did. In fact, cool. You know, when I was looking at that, I hope you don't mind, but my mind floats to science often.
Love it.
And when you showed, there was a graphic that you showed, Michael, that had a bunch of color going back and forth. And I was like, damn, if that does not look like a G-coupled protein receptor that's traversing the membrane. Mm-hmm. That's traversing the membrane 7 times. And so, so do you know that a lot of the big blue IBM computing power, a lot of that has been used to solve crystal structures of receptors and enzymes. And so, like, if you think about, like, if you know what the photographic image of your enzyme's active site is, you could design one compound and only one compound to fit that, like a lock and key, right? Mm-hmm. But as we know, at room temperature, which is 273 degrees Kelvin, right? So we're still way above absolute zero. Proteins move and proteins fold and it's a very, very dynamic environment. So you need super computing power and genetic algorithm kind of methodologies to really understand all the different universes that these proteins can fold. I mean, think about like just a piece of fabric being a protein, right? You could crunch up that piece of fabric into a ball. You could stretch out the piece of fabric. You could kind of like coil it on itself. So proteins are very much the same way. And there's 20 different amino acids that are the building blocks of proteins. So when you think about the mathematical possibilities of, even if you look at a protein sequence that's only like 50 amino acids long, you have this astronomical number of possible conformations that those proteins and peptides could undergo. So in chemistry and in biological and pharmaceutical sciences, we've been doing rational drug design since about the mid or late 80s, ever since we can get silicon graphics, high power computing to basically look at, the crystal structures of what these active sites in these enzymes look like. And still, even today, there's very few FDA approved drugs that have gone through this whole rational design process because we know there's so many failure modes for doing this type of mathematical analysis where it's like, oh my God, wait a second, it's supposed to go together like this. It doesn't, it goes together like this, or it goes together, so you can't a priori predict, a lot of things that happen in biology. And it's so funny because I remember sitting in a computer programmer's office suite where he had the three-dimensional goggles on me, and we were kind of inside the enzyme's active site. And I was like looking around saying, and I think he got mad when I said this. I said, "Are you guys using this program for searching for intelligent life in the universe?" And he looked at me with a face that would stop a clock. But I think the point is that there's universes, and I don't even know how to describe. I mean, just huge data sets, right? And what you're doing here in a manufacturing environment is trying to structure that and trying to put some order to it. And again, hopefully providing useful tools for people who are in production that can go back and say, oh, okay, here, that genetics failed here, or you know what, we were able to get a good yield there, but guess what, that product is not selling in the dispensary, right? So if you could use those tools to make real-time business decisions, yeah, it becomes a very, very powerful thing, because if you ignore it, guess what, the guy down the road's probably not ignoring it, so he's going to kick your ass in the market.
Yeah. I mean, there's margin, but then there's also quality and value, right? So those can be mysterious. Those can be difficult things.
I think it's also, it's a big point of it is that it knows what you feed it, right? So it's learning from you, and I don't think AI is going to grow better weed than me, but I think I'll grow better weed with AI. If that,
Also,
I don't think it's a trade-off,
I picture the guy who was using the rock to like nail sharp things into wood. How upset he was when the guy showed up with a hammer. Like, he was probably just like, fuck that hammer. Like, I'm telling you, like, people are gonna hurt themselves with that hammer. It's just being upset. Like, the whole concept of like the jealousy and the pettiness of human beings, and just being like, I just don't like. It's probably why we move so slow in our advancements, because, like, imagine like allowing your opinion on a person to have anything to do with the reality of something that's just completely different, but maybe that they're a part of or not a part of.
It's true.
Yeah, see, Neanderthals would have never put up with this kind of bullshit, is all I'm saying.
They wouldn't have.
Look how long we fought LED lighting. I mean,
right. Well, look how long it took LED to
That's
come
true too. That's true
to
too.
a real product that was viable too.
That's true too.
It was promised well before it was delivered, but now it's deliverable. Whereas earlier on,
Hey, with Johnny B, we were early adopters here at Hash Church, right?
Right.
We were, right?
Where's Johnny? He should be here as the AI discussion.
I know, right? I think he's disappeared into AI, right?
Probably. He should send his AI to come in here with us.
Well, I'm just an avatar, so there you have it.
Yeah, I guess the other thing that bothers me with AI, because I see a lot of it on the internet, just like memes and stuff like that, is they're always getting the chemical structures wrong, right? And that bothers me, because being a chemist, those structures are our beloved cannabinoids, right? So we love our chemical structures the way humans put them together, and artificial intelligence hasn't quite figured out how
the LLM aspect of artificial intelligence, let's say, because you're talking about large language models, but not all AI is. What people are going to learn is the same way we can't call it all terps, because there's these other compounds that are present, which Mark would know because he's a chemist. Yeah. It's the same thing with AI. There's different aspects of it. It's not just one thing. Yeah, that's what I'll say about that.
Well, I hate when they get the structures wrong. I don't like seeing incorrect.
That's like ChatGPT and Grok. You're talking about LLMs that people are like asking to create thumbnails or whatnot, and then they get the words or the spelling, or worse,
it's like playing the riff of Stash with the wrong notes.
Yeah,
it's just not right.
In the wrong chord with
the wrong chord. Yeah. So when I see a
good
chemical structure that's not right, I think the reason why I get I get kind of like perturbed about it is because it's like, wait a second, who spit this out? Okay, this is just some AI algorithm, and they just want to juice up their internet post by having some fictitious looking chemical structure kind of thing, and there's nitrogens hanging off, and there's carbons just out in the hither lands.
But does it not give you the opportunity, which as a chemist, I bet you fucking love this opportunity, to say to the person who's next to you while you're looking at it, hey, did you notice they got those molecules wrong? Let me explain exactly how they got it wrong, and let me show you where they got it wrong. I would be fucking loving that.
Yeah, I do that about twice a week.
Right.
But I tell you what, it's important, I think, especially in these internet forums like Hash Church and LinkedIn and Facebook, whatnot, to make sure that the information that we're putting out there is correct. Because if you put out incorrect information, I mean, that's like putting bad information into your model, right, Michael? If you put bad information in a model, you're going to get bad information out. So you really need to have good information being disseminated, especially when it comes to cannabis and our beloved chemical structures of our cannabinoids.
Yep.
I'm just noticing now that we have breached our 4 hours, and as much as I'd love to go longer, we can always do another part and get together and gather with you guys and go over what you guys are doing. I really appreciate Farmer Tom putting it together, and it was good to meet all of you guys and hear about what you did. It was awesome to have you on, as always, Etienne, and Dr. Mark, Colin, who has bounced since, but I hope that your boys' game went well. Thank you to everyone who's watching, and the sponsors, Puffco, Bubble Bags, and the Press Club. And support them in a variety of ways. Bingo will put up all their links and all their Instagrams and whatnot. Go support them as they support the culture. And we'll try to put some contact info, if you guys can send it to me via the email, in regards to all the different ways people can get in touch with you, in the description of this particular video, which is always good. It's always good to do that. Not to mention, this is the first episode that I myself have put. Every speaker is going to have their own audio file, and this is going to help James, who designed our AI. I don't want to call it that. But he's designed this intelligence that is turning Hash Church into a searchable database. And today is the first time we've created these TVV or TCV files that are multiple. Everyone that's in here has their own audio file that's going to be created at the end of the show. And that's going to make life much easier for James. So thank you, James, for doing what you do. And hopefully James will come on one day. And maybe the next time you guys come on, we can have James come on. He has a pretty deep understanding of these things.
And Johnny B.
And Johnny B. There you go, Dr. Mark. All right. Thanks, everyone, for watching. Appreciate everyone. May the full melt bless your bowl sooner than later. And we'll talk soon. Next Sunday, we got another great show next Sunday. I think we're going to be bringing TJ from the original Resonator, and we're going to do a part 2 to the cryo episode of cold supply chain in cannabis, which I think there's a ton of data to be found there, Michael. Unfortunately, the data that needs to be found is in the lack of the supply chain right now, but hopefully that'll be collected. And when the cold supply chain comes in, it'll be an easy and quick sell to those who read and understand the data, because what we're really moving here, you can call it a commodity, but it's a volatile organic compound commodity that cannot be stabilized. It can be slowed down, it can be cooled, and that's about it. So in the meantime, hope you guys have a great rest of your Sunday. I'm going to go and enjoy mine, and we'll see you next time. See you next time.
Thanks,
Happy 420.
Happy 420.
Happy 420.
Look at that.
Thanks, Michael, Terry.
I like
Jim.
that.
Thanks, guys.
We'll talk to you guys. Take
Great
care.
job,
Thank you.
Tom. Appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate you guys too. Take care.
Peace out, everybody.
Thanks for having us.